talent management as well. So these are the modules that I'm going to cover. Apart these modules, as I told you, there are different modules as well, which are payroll, time tracking, and absence management, benefits, Power BI, Workday with ServiceNow. And I guess a common session on generative AI, how to use AI tools.
Mm-hmm.
So these are taken by other trainers. Okay, till here, probably one trainer will be taking all payroll, time tracking, absence management. And these things, again, based on the skill, a different trainer will be taking the modules. Okay. So, but most of the most of the modules that we are covering all majorly comes under HCM itself. Uh, and each module that you are seeing here in itself a career path. When I say in itself a career path, let's talk about reporting. Workday reporting, someone who are interested into data analysis, data analytics, right? Who wants to work on data itself, then they can concentrate on reporting, right? Reporting and integration. It's a very demanding role in the market. Integration and reporting role. It's a hot cake in the market. The people who are looking, who wants to, for now, okay, HCM, but then later on, something for a long-term goal. If you wanted to do something, if you wanted to get very good packages, then you have to target reporting and integration in depth. Okay, so these
So,
two are very,
one
very
question,
important.
Abdul, like in integrations, what do you like integration with other parties, or like how actually this is?
So, integrations, we are going to discuss about EIBs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we will see in our training how inbound and outbound EIBs. This is one tool. We are going to also see core connectors. So core connectors again, core connectors and web services.
Okay.
So here we should have, I mean, you also know here you should have some more knowledge on APIs, REST API,
Yeah.
how does this SOAP API, all this works. But then, if possible, we will try to, look into this core connector. But then, as an HCM consultant, this is not required. But to start into techno-functional roles, you wanted to do little technical part, right? Then this is something very important. So that's how they have integrated. They have integrated this integration course in this module. But usually, I suggest this integration is not required here for a consultants. But someone who are looking forward to grow, wanted to look into technical stuff, then they'll be having knowledge of integration. So we are covering end-to-end in EIBs,
Mm-hmm.
some of core connectors and web services, how we will be connecting, how we are using REST or SOAP. It's again a different topic which is not related to HCM. Shrikant, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, are you talking about talent module and human resource and recruiting web services, the core
Correct.
connectors? Okay.
Yes. So uh, these services again in terms of data migration as well.
Hmm. Okay, got it.
Irrespective of any service,
Mm.
irrespective of any module, in terms of data migration, I'm talking about.
Okay.
We also have Workday Studio.
Mm.
So for this, you should know XML coding. Okay, this studio will also help us to do a main, uh, you know, uh, data migration, complex data migration. We can also use Studio for complex data migration. It's again a different thing, which is not related for HCM consultant. But then they wanted to have a look. For sure, we are not doing this in our training. Uh, we are only
So,
covering EIBs and core connectors in integrations.
do at least do we know at least have a quick introduction on the Workday Studio? Is it possible, or you're not even completing that?
No, we are not, because the access of the tenant for Workday Studio, it's a different tenant altogether.
Oh, okay.
So for a configurator, for a consultant, we will not be having that studio access. The people who
Mhm.
are particularly working on integrations, their roles is on the core technical logics and all, then they'll be having this Workday Studio access. For us, it is not required and we are not having. And if someone wants to get into Workday Studio, they have to
Mhm.
spend again 30 to 40 hours to learn Studio.
Oh, okay.
It's a different core area.
So do we have another module for that, or like how, like if you want to go ahead with that, then how, what's
So you have a different course.
oh,
You have
okay.
to reach out to Bhavesh or Bhaskar about only about Workday Studio. It is little
Mm-hmm.
costly,
Mm-hmm.
I would think, because the tenant itself
Isn't costly. Okay.
is a costly thing. So again, a particular trainer should be there to only work on Workday Studio, 30, 40 hours. It will take, it's again a different course altogether.
Okay, got it.
Okay. But then for us, EIBs are good to go. I'll be explaining you about inbound, outbound, how data is transferred. I mean, lot of activities, I would say, you can cover using EIB itself. Lot of data migration. Core connectors also, we will see, but then we're not going to touch Studio. That this is what we are doing. We are going to do in integrations. Okay, and each and every module have subtopics, guys. Right? The core HCM is having some of the subtopics, like we will be discussing about organizations, right? Staffing models, headcount management. So with this headcount management, I have also added some of the transactions, some of the tasks that you will be performing on a daily basis. So we will also discuss those tasks as a consultant. If there is any requirement to work on any action, we will also see those activities, right? And in recruiting, we will talk about jobs and positions. So we will also talk about how to manage pre-hire, right? And then managing or management of candidate profile. You talk about anything, moving the candidate, transferring the candidate, the whole operations of managing candidate comes under recruiting part. And in jobs and positions, again, you have a lot of things that you will be seeing, like how to create job profile, then how to create positions. how to manage and create job requisitions. So all these things we are going to cover in our recruitment section. And in compensation, we will be talking about compensation eligibility, eligibility rules, okay? And you will be talking about compensation elements. These elements are directly connected with payroll, okay? Payroll earnings. And then compensation grade and grade profiles. Grade profiles are nothing but pay ranges. So every profile will have a budget. Every profile will have a pay range. So those things comes under grade and grade profiles. And then compensation plans, which are very important for a compensation consultant or for someone who is working on compensation and payroll. He should know how to create compensation plans. Plans again like salary plan, bonus plan, allowance plan, stock plan. There are many more like this. Okay. Based on client requirement, you will be working on these plans. Next thing that you will be discussing about compensation packages and then compensation or manage compensation in worker profile. If you want to change the compensation, if you want to promote a candidate and change salary details, how do you manage worker profile, right? So all those things you will be seeing in here. If you want to assign a pay details to worker, if you want to assign grade to worker, all these activities comes under this topic. Understood till here? Any questions? Am I going little fast?
No, it's fine.
Great. So in security, we are going to discuss about overview of security, right? And then we have very important topic in security, which is nothing but security groups. So we will be discussing about security groups, and these security groups again have multiple types like role based, user based, and job based, organization based. So each and every security group will have different permissions, different accesses to perform in workday environment. So without security group, no worker or no user can view data, can modify data. If you want to do something in workday, you should have security groups assigned. So we will also see assigning security groups to worker. This is very important, guys. Okay. Okay. And then after security, you have something called business process. Very important for every consultant to understand, uh, to look into BPs, okay, business process, the overview of business process, and then creating BPs, steps, maintain business process based on requirement of client. Okay, end-to-end business process, starting from creating, if you want to change any step, if you want to remove any step, right? If you want to add any conditional rules, then how we will be adding conditional rules, how each and everything you will be learning in business process module. And in the same way, reporting, you have two types of report, standard reports and then custom reports. So standard reports again divided into two types, reports from Express O and then reports from report writer. And custom reports divided into multiple types, simple, advanced, matrix, composite. Okay, there are many more here. Based on the requirement, you will be creating the reports. The standard reports are Workday delivered reports. So when I say Workday delivered, whenever you opt for Workday services, Workday will give some of the accesses, uh, some of the report accesses, some of the business process accesses to manage for the client. Okay, this is something very important that you have to understand. Workday delivered data, and you have called tenant data, customer tenant data. Workday delivered data, which comes from Workday itself. Workday team will be delivering lot of activities for client. Client can directly use the information coming in from Workday, a standard Workday information. So here, these reports and all, you cannot change anything. You can copy, but you cannot, change anything. Workday will have access to the standard reports. But then in custom reports, you will be creating from the scratch. I have a requirement saying that, hi Srikant, please create me a report at how many positions are available or how many positions are closed, right? So, report will be created by Srikant using custom reports. I'll say, Jasmine, I want expense report of this month or last month. Jasmine will be creating a custom report using multiple types, advanced matrix, composite, and she'll be creating expense report in the workday. So standard data and standard reports and custom reports both are different, right? So here you will also discuss about business object and data source. So business object and data source related to the storage unit of data information. We will talk more about business object and data source once we are discussing reporting. Okay, so these are the topics that we are going to learn in reporting. And then integration you have already seen. So here in EIBs we are going to perform inbound and outbound EIBs. Okay. And in agentic AI overview of how this agentic AI came into picture, and then different agents or different AI agents integrated with the system to perform multiple activities. Okay, we will also see those AI agents information. So this agentic AI topic will be more theoretical, and security, some of the topics are more theoretical because we will not be having access to perform security related activities because it will impact your the current tenant whatever you are using. If you are changing any security group, tenant will get changes. So provider, whoever is providing the tenant, he disabled security permissions. So we cannot create any security groups, but we can see how does a security groups look like and what all the details that they have in security. So security and agentic AI, you will be having more theoretical concepts. Okay, in talent management, you will talk about goals, right? Performance, development plans. All these things can be seen in the talent management. So these are the topics that I am going to cover in my training session. So detailed information that we are going to cover in each and every module. So my plan is to complete at least, 80 to 90% of each and every module, so that once you land up or once you are preparing for any of uh, a Workday consultant role for concentrating any of the module, you should have enough knowledge so that you can at least clear your interview as in consultant. But later, once you go to the system, once you go to a live job, you will have a different uh, responsibilities, different roles to perform, right? Any questions? So before we get into the core HCM module, let us understand some of the basics of HCM and ERP, right? Some of the basics of Workday. So can you guys tell me what is HCM and what is ERP?
HCM might be human capital management, where you can create the human resource employees, their records, their onboarding, and everything. Model.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, absolutely correct. Human capital management, managing human workforce,
Basically, yeah,
right? A very basic understanding, managing human workforce, managing worker profile or managing worker data. Anything
yeah.
else, guys? Apart what we said, anything else you wanted to add? Okay. So, every organization that we are talking about, these organizations nowadays have these HCM management tools, which are again ERP tools. So why do you think organizations have to have ERP tools? There are no other ways that organization can manage their worker profile. Why do you think why HCM and ERP tools are very important? Why? Anything, whatever you know, you can tell me.
So basically, to streamline their workforce management and whatever the, because every organization has to maintain the human resource, as well as they need to have their functions to be handled like payrolls and how to, their different job openings will be there and how to acquire them, what is the responsibility of each talent acquisition. And they also might be, if the workforce is working with the industry, they need to manage their careers and their learning and development. So these are the primary goals of any HCM system, right?
So basically, it makes a task easier for the organization.
Yeah, it's very difficult because large organizations or a small organization, whatever the organizations you are talking about, they have different departments, and different departments request different profiles, different goals they have. So yeah, so primarily to manage all the human capital, they require the HCM systems.
To run faster, smoother, without any errors, for better efficiency and real-time visibility.
And it is also statutory requirement to maintain human capital data.
Okay, very good answers. Whatever that you have said, everything is correct. Organizations required to maintain their workforce management or worker data in a efficient way, in a secure way, which can help them to maintain their worker information in a quicker way. They can access easily, right? Whatever information that you're telling, that is absolutely correct. So before to this HM and ERP tools, what is the other option that organizations used? Not only, I mean, the past companies, what about older companies? How they used to manage their workforce. Now technology is grown. You've got multiple ERP tools. You have Workday, you have Zoho, you have Oracle, SAP. Lot of ERP coming into the picture. What what was happened before 20 years or before
Maybe
30
pa-
years?
maybe paper-based
It
systems
was
or
all, yeah,
Excel sheets or basic
all
software.
done manually, basically.
Okay, manually, Excel. Okay. What else? Can I name this manual task as in record maintenance?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a registers. They used to have a register maintenance, record maintenance, right? So
Record maintenance, right? So a lot of things you talk about a department you used to have a record.
yeah,
You know, whichever the department that you're talking about, you used to have these record books, very
yeah,
larger books to maintain a lot of information of an worker for any of the organization. You talk about any manufacturing unit or any service based or anything, those people used to have records to maintain worker profile. Same, what however the records are useful to manage worker information, these ERP tools are also useful to manage worker information. Now technology has grown, there are a lot of options coming in. In older days, you used to have for each and every department, you used to have one single record, one single person that has to be maintained, persons or has to be maintained by human itself. But then you talk about Workday, everything is integrated into one system. Recruiting, compensation, core HCM, reporting, business process, payroll, financial management, everything is integrated in one platform. We are calling it as one-stop solution. So Workday, why it is, why organizations are preferring adopting into Workday, everything that you're talking about, It's there in Workday. And in that too, in one particular platform, you will find all these things. Just that your login is different. Got it right?
Yep.
So HCM, whatever that you guys have said, that is absolutely correct. Human capital management. Capital is investment, so human investment management or worker management. Every organization should have this HCM. And to manage these HCM activities, we have ERP tools, enterprise resource planning tools. These tools are very helpful to manage human capital management. So one of the best example that anyways we are going to learn is Workday HCM. Workday is now, I would say, top 10 ERPs. Not only top 10, I would say top 5 Workday is having its name now in the market. Recently, Microsoft is also empaneled with Workday. So many companies moving slowly into Workday because it's a very good platform. A lot of features coming in to maintain worker management or to maintain worker data.
Abdul, sorry to interrupt you. As you said in the earlier class, like Workday is giving its services uh, to the companies whomsoever is having headcount 100 or 200. Is there any options like Workday Lite or Workday itself? It is giving its software, entire software, something like
No,
that.
there is something called Workday Go. They recently started this.
Is there
Workday
any
Go.
difference between Workday and Workday Go?
No, there won't be any difference because this is the Workday Go is only for a smaller scale, small scale companies, right?
Yeah.
So whatever the information that we you have in Workday, it will be the same.
Okay.
I have not got chance to look into Workday Go, but then it is recently launched for small scale, companies.
Okay. Thank you.
Got it? So
Yeah.
small scale industries or small scale companies also looking forward to get into Workday. So they have an option to get into it.
Got it.
Right, so now I guess you have understood about HCM and ERP, at least basic understanding of HCM and ERP, right? Any questions on this so far? Till here, understanding HCM, understanding why HCM is important to an organization.
I think we are good.
Great, wonderful. Now let us talk about our ERP tool, which is Workday HCM. So as we all know, Workday is an ERP tool, and Workday it's a cloud-based platform. So why it is called as an cloud-based? Any idea? Any inputs? What is a cloud-based application? What is non-cloud-based application?
Cloud-based application will be having centralized server where we can access it from anywhere, any part of the world. It might be from mobile, it might be from laptop, it might be from browser.
It's
Okay,
mainly like a virtual machine. It will be like a machine, a laptop in its own laptop. So
okay, wonderful, great. What else?
and it can be accessed by anywhere with using internet. Over the internet we can use anywhere from.
So this is basically a SaaS-based, a cloud-based application where you deploy. It's not an in-prime like you. There's no need of servers to be installed, and then you deploy the Workday. So it's deployed in a cloud. Maybe it depends upon what cloud they are using. It might be AWS or
AWS,
AWS.
AWS, correct. Yeah.
We doesn't
Yes.
need to install heavy softwares
Yeah.
where
Mm.
we will be having remote servers and we can access through browser or mobile app, just like
Wonderful.
Gmail.
Absolutely correct. To make it very easy for this, I mean, to understand the cloud-based application, guys. So whenever you're going to build an application, right, from the scratch, once your application is ready, you have to deploy or you have to maintain this application on a server. This is what we all know from the starting. I mean, you talk about SAP, you talk about Oracle. They used to have a physical servers, right? So every developer know that it has to be maintained on server. You talk about physical, you talk about virtual, whatever it is, an application, whatever you are building, that has to be deployed on a server, which is again called as data center. Whatever the application that you are building, that has to be on server. Now, whenever the cloud came into picture, there is no physical server is required. I guess you have already seen in your experience, uh, if you have worked for MNCs, multiple MNCs, there is a separate room called server room, right? So for deploying any of the application, they used to have physical servers. But whenever a cloud came into picture, cloud infrastructure came into picture, all the applications now, if you want to deploy, you can deploy in the cloud. What happens if you deploy in the cloud? As you guys said, you can use it from anywhere. You just have to require internet and browser. In the same way, Workday ERP tool is a cloud-based ERP tool which is deployed on cloud. Initially, they are using AWS cloud for now, but then later they can get into their own cloud because Workday has announced, after Workday Rising, they have announced Workday Cloud as a platform. So they are also working on Workday Cloud. So maybe later they can go back to their own cloud platform, but for now they are built on AWS. Very easy to use. You can use it from anywhere. Just that you should require access. Just that you should require your login credentials. Very important topic. You might have, if you are applying as a fresher, or if you are applying for a consultant role, they might ask you, or interviewer might ask you about this. Why Workday is called cloud-based unit, or why Workday is called cloud-based application, right? So this is very important. If you get some time, explore a little more on uh, Workday basic understanding, right? Workday platform, uh, what is the core of Workday, right? Languages used. Usually Workday built Workday only allow you XML information, XML formats, right? So good to have, once you're learning, consultant, good to have is like XML coding knowledge. If you want to get into little deeper in Workday into technology, it's better you should have XML coding language. Then it will help you to move from consultant role to some other technical role with XML coding. Right, so this is what basic of Workday platform, Workday HCM. So we all know, I mean, people who have already viewed the UI of Workday. So this is how your Workday look like. Let me quickly show it to you. A very easy interface. Everyone can use it. So this is the interface. This is the user interface of Workday. This is how it looks. Exactly, this is how it looks. The images, the logo, everything is customizable. You can customize based on your client requirement. UI team or developer team, they will customize this image and logo. This is how exactly it looks. Okay, towards your right, you have profile details. Right here, you have my task options. Here, you have notifications, and then here you have menu or different actions that you will be performing on a daily basis. Right, you also have a shortcut option. If you want to add it here, you can directly access from here. So why shortcuts are used? If you are working something on a daily basis, right, then you will be adding that particular task in here, right? So this is how it looks when you talk about Workday platform. Exactly like this, the whole page that you are seeing here is customizable. Just that you should have an access. Everything should be customizable. So these are the different policies. So this is the information of this tenant. Your implementation tenant will be unavailable from a maximum of 12 hours during weekly next week service update starting on Friday. So every Friday midnight to Sunday early hours, this demonstration tenant will be under maintenance. So you cannot use this on Saturdays. Friday midnight and Saturday you cannot use this. You will be using this from the early hours of Sunday. Again, you have updates coming in.
So
R1,
whatever we have practiced or that will be there in the system or it will be deleted.
no, data will be there in the system.
That will
Yeah, data will be there in the system until unless they're not restarting or resetting the user, you will have all the information, whatever you are practicing. Okay. So we have yearly annual updates coming in from Workday itself. The first update that will be released in March, we are calling it as R1. The second updates will be released on September, we are calling it as R2. R1 and R2 are updates released by Workday. Here also you might have a question. R1 and R2 updates released by Workday. These are very important. So you once you get into the live job, you have something called Workday Community. This is again a different login. It's a kind of LMS portal of Workday itself, right? So you can find lot of information in Workday Community. So you will also find what are the different updates are coming in the next releases. Now today you can see what Workday is releasing in next March. So it will give you a lot of information about R1, R2, everything about the updates. So as a consultant, Abdul, is it required for us to look into the updates what Workday is releasing? I would say not required because Workday will be releasing on lot of modules and lot of setups. It is not only about configuration. It will be there are a lot of updates coming in based on security, based on development, or based on if they wanted to change any of the field, any of the template. Everything, whatever that you're talking about, will be there in those updates. But as in consultant, is it required for us? I would say sometimes yes, it is required, and sometimes yes, it is not required. But you should know, there might be a question, have you they'll be asking you like, uh, have you ever worked on R1 and R2, or have you ever got a chance to look into R1 and R2? Right? You should not be confused. You should say, as in consultant, uh, I know what is R1 and R2, but then I have not got a chance to detailedly look into the updates which are coming in Workday. Right? So if you have more exposure on this, if you wanted to explain them or recent updates, then you should have a very confident information. You can get it from the social media, but then again, as I told you, this is sometimes not required for consultant, and sometimes if there is any basic update coming in for configuration part, then you can know it. Any questions on this updates, cloud platform, Workday community, Workday application? No questions?
Yeah, no, Abdul.
Very good.
Wonderful. So the next topic or next part of before we start core HCM that you should know about Workday Tenant, which is again an instant. So can someone tell me what I'm referring to? What do you mean by Workday Tenant? What is an instance?
Instance is like a server in AWS cloud.
Okay, can you name a different name for this?
There will be small instance, micro, medium.
No,
Okay,
it's
no, no,
different environments like development, sandbox.
Is it a separate
wonder,
workspace?
wonderful.
Workspace.
I mean,
Yes.
what you said, Suresh?
And environments.
Different environment. Absolutely
Production
correct.
practice and all that.
Correct. So let's suppose Workday, this is having, I mean, every ERP tools are having these different environment system, different environment area. So Workday is also having different tenants, different environments where you can test, you can implement it, and then you can, once you testing it, you can directly get into the live production tenant. So the first tenant that we will be talking about is implementation tenant. So this tenant is helpful for implementing the whole design of Workday, right? So this tenant access will be with developers, people who are having more experience on developing things, right? So every organization will be given this implementation tenant access based on their requirement, based on any of the requirement. People will be working on the implementation tenant. You will not be having access of implementation tenant. This is huge. Okay, you can develop whole workday using implementation tenant. Developers, UI team, everyone will have this access. And again, based on their roles, they will be having access because let's suppose developer will have only developer activities. A tester will have only tester related activities. So permissions are restricted, right? This is very important, everyone. You guys should know. Each role that we are talking about, whatever the permissions, whatever the access that you are getting, that is only based on your role. You're not getting full access, right? So implementation tenant is useful for implementing whole workday in the initial stages of workday. If there is any requirement, if you wanted to do changes in the live production tenant, then you utilize implementation tenant. The next one is sandbox tenant. So this sandbox tenant is a test environment. The test environment, before you directly configure in live tenant, if you wanted to do any of the configuration, if you wanted to check how does the configuration is done, then you will be using sandbox tenant for training purpose, for testing purpose, right? This is very, very helpful for a consultant who actually working on a live project, right? So you guys, consultants, will get this sandbox tenant access. Again, that too based on your responsibilities. You can, before you configure anything in live production tenant, live production tenant. So you will be testing that in the sandbox environment. This is very, very important. Right, so these are the tenants. You will be getting access to sandbox and live production tenant if you are working on live project. If you are on support role, also sometimes you will be getting sandbox, but then if you are an end user, right? You are a recruiter or you are an HR analyst, you are not a consultant, then sandbox is not provided. Only live production tenant, that too end user permissions will be given to that particular candidate or worker.
What is a preview environment? Do you have an idea?
So preview, you have many other tenants as well. Preview, data migration, gold tenant. All these are different tenants. Preview, again, you can view all the next update releases which are coming in that particular tenant, right? So you can see that information in Workday community also, right? The preview and migration tenant, which will be useful only when you're migrating the data from one platform to other platform. And gold tenant is nothing but the premium version of live production tenant,
Okay, got it.
which are not required for now. These are the very important tenants which will be used on a daily basis. If you have knowledge on those things, that's well and good. But then, as in consultant, sandbox and live production tenant, that's it. Implementation tenant is also not required.
Okay.
Implementation tenant is only to set up something, to set up the whole Workday system for an for the organization, for the client.
So any Workday
Sandbox.
customer will have all these three, right?
Consultant, sorry, come again.
Any Workday customer will have all these three, if I'm
Yes.
not wrong.
So any Workday customer will have all the tenant access given by Workday itself to
Okay.
maintain their whole setup
Okay. And
based on
internally,
require. Correct.
internally that
Exact.
they will have access to it. Okay.
Exactly. So internally permissions, internally the team is divided. So everyone will get a different user permissions.
Sandbox is a replica of live production, right?
Correct. That's what replica of live production tenant. That's what you can test, you can configure, you can check it before you getting into live production tenant.
Okay, yeah.
Every tenant it would be like same only, right? So permissions are different, accesses are different. Understood about uh, the basics. These are the basics I would think which are very important for you guys to understand what is HCM and what is ERP and Workday HCM tool, what is cloud-based tool, XML coding, R1 and R2, Workday community, navigation of Workday, how does Workday look like, and then Workday tenants. You can also say different URLs or different logins that you will be getting on this. Once everything is fine, then you will get on to the core production, the core setup, which will start from core HCM. We will discuss that in upcoming session, tomorrow's session. Okay, so we will start now. So before we get into the core HCM module, let us understand some of the basics of HCM and ERP, right? Some of the basics of Workday. So can you guys tell me what is HCM and what is ERP?
HCM might be human capital management, where you can create the human resource employees, their records, their onboarding, and everything. Model.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes,
Absolutely correct. Human capital management, managing human workforce,
Basically, yeah,
right? A very basic understanding, managing human workforce, managing worker profile or managing worker data. Anything
yeah.
else, guys? Apart what we said, anything else you wanted to add? Okay. So, every organization that we are talking about, these organizations nowadays have these HCM management tools, which are again ERP tools. So why do you think organizations have to have ERP tools? There are no other ways that organization can manage their worker profile. Why do you think why HCM and ERP tools are very important? Why? Anything, whatever you know, you can tell me.
So basically, to streamline their workforce management and whatever the because every organization has to maintain the human resource as well as they need to have their functions to be handled like payrolls and how to their different job openings will be there and how to acquire them. What is the responsibility of each talent acquisition? And they also might be the workforce is working with the industry. They need to manage their careers and their learning and development. So these are the primary goals of any HCM system, right?
So basically, it makes a task easier for the organization.
Yeah, it's very difficult because large organizations or a small organization, whatever the organizations you are talking about, they have different departments, and different departments request different profiles, different goals they have. So yeah, so primarily to manage all the human capital, they require the HCM systems.
To run faster, smoother, without any errors, for better efficiency and real-time visibility.
And it is also statutory requirement to maintain human capital data.
Okay, very good answers. Whatever that you have said, everything is correct. Organizations required to maintain their workforce management or worker data in a efficient way, in a secure way, which can help them to maintain their worker information in a quicker way. They can access easily, right? Whatever information that you're telling, that is absolutely correct. So before to this HM and ERP tools, what is the other option that organizations used? Not only, I mean, the past companies, what about older companies? How they used to manage their workforce. Now technology is grown. You've got multiple ERP tools. You have Workday, you have Zoho, you have Oracle, SAP. Lot of ERP coming into the picture. What what was happened before 20 years or before
Maybe
30
pa-
years?
maybe paper-based
It was
systems or
all, yeah,
Excel sheets or basic
all
software.
done manually, basically.
Okay, manually, Excel. Okay. What else? Can I name this manual task as in record maintenance?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a registers. They used to have a register maintenance, record maintenance, right? So
Record maintenance, right? So a lot of things you talk about a department you used to have a record.
yeah,
Whichever the department that you're talking about, you used to have these record books, very
yeah,
larger books to maintain a lot of information of an worker for any of the organization. You talk about any manufacturing unit or any service based or anything, those people used to have records to maintain worker profile. Same, what however the records are useful to manage worker information, these ERP tools are also useful to manage worker information. Now technology has grown, there are a lot of options coming in. In older days, you used to have for each and every department, you used to have one single record, one single person that has to be maintained, persons or has to be maintained by human itself. But then you talk about Workday, everything is integrated into one system. Recruiting, compensation, core HCM, reporting, business process, payroll, financial management, everything is integrated in one platform. We are calling it as one-stop solution. So Workday, why it is, why organizations are preferring adopting into Workday, everything that you're talking about, it's there in Workday. In that too, in one particular platform, you will find all these things. just that your login is different. Got it right?
Yep.
So HCM, whatever that you guys have said, that is absolutely correct. Human capital management. Capital is investment, so human investment management or worker management. Every organization should have this HCM. And to manage these HCM activities, we have ERP tools, enterprise resource planning tools. These tools are very helpful to manage human capital management. So one of the best example that anyways we are going to learn is Workday HCM. Workday is now, I would say, top 10 ERPs. Not only top 10, I would say top 5 Workday is having its name now in the market. Recently, Microsoft is also empaneled with Workday. So many companies moving slowly into Workday because it's a very good platform. A lot of features coming in to maintain worker management or to maintain worker data.
Abdul, sorry to interrupt you. As you said in the earlier class, like Workday is giving its services uh, to the companies whomsoever is having headcount 100 or 200. Is there any options like Workday Lite or Workday itself? It is giving its software, entire software, something like
No,
that.
there is something called Workday Go. They recently started this.
Is there
Workday
any
Go.
difference between Workday and Workday Go?
No, there won't be any difference because this is the Workday Go is only for a smaller scale, small scale companies, right?
Yeah.
So whatever the information that we you have in Workday, it will be the same.
Okay.
I have not got chance to look into Workday Go, but then it is recently launched for small scale, companies.
Okay. Thank you.
Got it? So
Yeah.
small scale industries or small scale companies also looking forward to get into Workday. So they have an option to get into it.
Got it.
Right, so now I guess you have understood about HCM and ERP, at least basic understanding of HCM and ERP, right? Any questions on this so far? Till here, understanding HCM, understanding why HCM is important to an organization.
I think we are good.
Great, wonderful. Now let us talk about our ERP tool, which is Workday HCM. So as we all know, Workday is an ERP tool, and Workday it's a cloud-based platform. So why it is called as an cloud-based? Any idea? Any inputs? What is a cloud-based application? What is non-cloud-based application?
Cloud-based application will be having centralized server where we can access it from anywhere, any part of the world. It might be from mobile, it might be from laptop, it might be from browser.
It's
Okay,
mainly like a virtual machine. It will be like a machine, a laptop in its own laptop. So
okay, wonderful, great. What else?
and it can be accessed by anywhere with using internet. Over the internet we can use anywhere from.
So this is basically a SaaS-based, a cloud-based application where you deploy. It's not an in-prime like you. They no need of servers to be installed, and then you deploy the workday. So it's deployed in a cloud. Maybe it depends upon what cloud they are using. It might be AWS or
AWS,
AWS.
AWS, correct. Yeah.
We doesn't need to install heavy softwares
Yeah.
where
Mm.
we will be having remote servers and we can access through browser or mobile app, just like
Wonderful.
Gmail.
Absolutely correct. To make it very easy for this, I mean, to understand the cloud-based application, guys. So whenever you're going to build an application, right, from the scratch, once your application is ready, you have to deploy or you have to maintain this application on a server. This is what we all know from the starting. I mean, you talk about SAP, you talk about Oracle. They used to have a physical servers, right? So every developer know that it has to be maintained on server. You talk about physical, you talk about virtual, whatever it is, an application, whatever you are building, that has to be deployed on a server, which is again called as data center. Whatever the application that you are building, that has to be on server. Now, whenever the cloud came into picture, there is no physical server is required. I guess you have already seen in your experience, uh, if you have worked for MNCs, multiple MNCs, there is a separate room called server room, right? So for deploying any of the application, they used to have physical servers. But whenever a cloud came into picture, cloud infrastructure came into picture, all the applications now, if you want to deploy, you can deploy in the cloud. What happens if you deploy in the cloud? As you guys said, you can use it from anywhere. You just have to require internet and browser. In the same way, Workday ERP tool is a cloud-based ERP tool which is deployed on cloud. Initially, they are using AWS cloud for now, but then later they can get into their own cloud because Workday has announced, after Workday Rising, they have announced Workday Cloud as a platform. So they are also working on Workday Cloud. So maybe later they can go back to their own cloud platform, but for now they are built on AWS. Very easy to use. You can use it from anywhere. Just that you should require access. Just that you should require your login credentials. Very important topic. You might have, if you are applying as a fresher, or if you are applying for a consultant role, they might ask you, or interviewer might ask you about this. Why Workday is called cloud-based unit, or why Workday is called cloud-based application, right? So this is very important. If you get some time, explore a little more on uh, Workday basic understanding, right? Workday platform, uh, what is the core of Workday, right? Languages used. Usually Workday built Workday only allow you XML information, XML formats, right? So good to have, once you're learning, consultant, good to have is like XML coding knowledge. If you want to get into little deeper in Workday into technology, it's better you should have XML coding language. Then it will help you to move from consultant role to some other technical role with XML coding. Right, so this is what basic of Workday platform, Workday HCM. So we all know, I mean, people who have already viewed the UI of Workday. So this is how your Workday look like. Let me quickly show it to you. A very easy interface. Everyone can use it. So this is the interface. This is the user interface of Workday. This is how it looks. Exactly, this is how it looks. The images, the logo, everything is customizable. You can customize based on your client requirement. UI team or developer team, they will customize this image and logo. This is how exactly it looks. Okay, towards your right, you have profile details. Right here, you have my task options. Here, you have notifications, and then here you have menu or different actions that you will be performing on a daily basis. Right, you also have a shortcut option. If you want to add it here, you can directly access from here. So why shortcuts are used? If you are working something on a daily basis, right, then you will be adding that particular task in here, right? So this is how it looks when you talk about Workday platform. Exactly like this, the whole page that you are seeing here is customizable. Just that you should have an access, everything should be customizable. So these are the different policies. So this is the information of this tenant. Your implementation tenant will be unavailable from a maximum of 12 hours during weekly next week service update starting on Friday. So every Friday midnight to Sunday early hours, this demonstration tenant will be under maintenance. So you cannot use this on Saturdays. Friday midnight and Saturday you cannot use this. You will be using this from the early hours of Sunday. Again, you have updates coming in.
So
R1,
whatever we have practiced or that will be there in the system or it will be deleted.
no, data will be there in the system.
That will
Yeah, data will be there in the system until unless they're not restarting or resetting the user, you will have all the information, whatever you are practicing. Okay. So we have yearly annual updates coming in from Workday itself. The first update that will be released in March, we are calling it as R1. The second updates will be released on September, we are calling it as R2. R1 and R2 are updates released by Workday. Here also you might have a question. R1 and R2 updates released by Workday. These are very important. So you once you get into the live job, you have something called Workday Community. This is again a different login. It's a kind of LMS portal of Workday itself, right? So you can find lot of information in Workday community. So you will also find what are the different updates are coming in the next update, next releases. Now today you can see what Workday is releasing in next March. So it will give you a lot of information about R1, R2, everything about the updates. So as a consultant, Abdul, is it required for us to look into the updates what Workday is releasing? I would say not required because Workday will be releasing on lot of modules and lot of setups. It is not only about configuration. It will be there are a lot of updates coming in based on security, based on development, or based on if they wanted to change any of the field, any of the template, everything, whatever that you're talking about, will be there in those updates. But as in consultant, is it required for us? I would say sometimes yes, it is required, and sometimes yes, it is not required. But you should know, there might be a question, have you they'll be asking you like, uh, have you ever worked on R1 and R2, or have you ever got a chance to look into R1 and R2? Right? You should not be confused. You should say, as in consultant, uh, I know what is R1 and R2, but then I have not got a chance to detailedly look into the updates which are coming in Workday. Right? So if you have more exposure on this, if you wanted to explain them or recent updates, then you should have a very confident information. You can get it from the social media, but then again, as I told you, this is sometimes not required for a consultant, and sometimes if there is any basic update coming in for configuration part, then you can know it. Any questions on this updates, cloud platform, Workday community, Workday application? No questions?
Yeah, no, Abdul.
Very good.
Wonderful. So the next topic or next part of before we start core HCM that you should know about Workday Tenant, which is again an instant. So can someone tell me what I'm referring to? What do you mean by Workday Tenant? What is an instance?
Instance is like a server in AWS cloud.
Okay, can you name a different name for this?
There will be small instance, micro, medium.
No,
Okay,
it's
no, no,
different environments like development, sandbox.
Is it a separate
wonder,
workspace?
wonderful.
Extra.
I mean, different. What you said, Suresh?
And environments.
Different environment. Absolutely
Production
correct.
practice and all that.
Correct. So let's suppose Workday, this is having, I mean, every ERP tools are having these different environment system, different environment area. So Workday is also having different tenants, different environments where you can test, you can implement it, and then you can, once you testing it, you can directly get into the live production tenant. So the first tenant that we will be talking about is implementation tenant. So this tenant is helpful for implementing the whole design of Workday, right? So this tenant access will be with developers, people who are having more experience on developing things, right? So every organization will be given this implementation tenant access based on their requirement, based on any of the requirement. People will be working on the implementation tenant. You will not be having access of implementation tenant. This is huge. Okay, you can develop whole workday using implementation tenant. Developers, UI team, everyone will have this access. And again, based on their roles, they will be having access because let's suppose developer will have only developer activities. A tester will have only tester related activities. So permissions are restricted, right? This is very important, everyone. You guys should know. Each role that we are talking about, whatever the permissions, whatever the access that you are getting, that is only based on your role. You're not getting full access, right? So implementation tenant is useful for implementing whole workday in the initial stages of workday. If there is any requirement, if you wanted to do changes in the live production tenant, then you utilize implementation tenant. The next one is Sandbox tenant. So this Sandbox tenant is a test environment. The test environment, before you directly configure in live tenant, if you wanted to do any of the configuration, if you wanted to check how does the configuration is done, then you will be using Sandbox tenant for training purpose, for testing purpose, right? This is very, very helpful for a consultant who actually working on a live project, right? So you guys, consultants, will get this Sandbox tenant access. Again, that too based on your responsibilities. You can, before you configure anything in live production tenant, live production tenant. So you will be testing that in the Sandbox environment. This is very, very important. Right, so these are the tenants. You will be getting access to Sandbox and live production tenant if you are working on live project. If you are on support role, also sometimes you will be getting Sandbox, but then if you are an end user, right? You are a recruiter or you are an HR analyst, you are not a consultant, then Sandbox is not provided. Only live production tenant, that too end user permissions will be given to that particular candidate or worker.
What is a preview environment? Do you have an idea?
So preview, you have many other tenants as well. Preview, data migration, gold tenant. All these are different tenants. Preview, again, you can view all the next update releases which are coming in that particular tenant, right? So you can see that information in Workday community also, right? The preview and migration tenant, which will be useful only when you're migrating the data from one platform to other platform. And gold tenant is nothing but the premium version of live production tenant,
Okay, got it.
which are not required for now. These are the very important tenants which will be used on a daily basis. If you have knowledge on those things, that's well and good. But then, as in consultant, Sandbox and live production tenant, that's it. Implementation tenant is also not required.
Okay.
Implementation tenant is only to set up something, to set up the whole Workday system for an for the organization, for the client.
So any Workday
Sandbox.
customer will have all these three, right?
Consultant, sorry, come again.
Any Workday customer will have all these three, if I'm
Yes.
not wrong.
So any Workday customer will have all the tenant access given by Workday itself to
Okay.
maintain their whole setup
Okay. And
based on
internally,
require. Correct,
that will give access to it. Okay.
exactly. So internally permissions, internally the team is divided. So everyone will get a different user permissions.
Sandbox is a replica of live production, right?
Correct. That's what replica of live production tenant. That's what you can test, you can configure, you can check it before you getting into live production tenant.
Okay, yeah.
Every tenant it would be like same only, right? So permissions are different, accesses are different. Understood about uh, the basics. These are the basics I would think which are very important for you guys to understand what is HCM and what is ERP and Workday HCM tool, what is cloud-based tool, XML coding, R1 and R2, Workday community, navigation of Workday, how does Workday look like, and then Workday tenants. You can also say different URLs or different logins that you will be getting on this. Once everything is fine, then you will get on to the core production, the core setup, which will start from core HCM. So, what are the topics of core HCM? The first topic that we are going to discuss is about organizations. The second one, staffing models. And the third one, headcount management. Also, some of the transactions. So these transactions are nothing but task actions which you will be performing on a daily basis, right? So these are the three topics that we are going to discuss in core HCM. Very, very important, very basic, very foundational topics. These things are very important to set up any of the client in Workday. Now, we'll get little deeper. So what are different organizations that we have? The first organization that we are talking about is company. The second one, cost center. The third one, location. And the fourth one, region. So all four organizations that you're talking about are very, very important. And to define, we can call it as predefined organizations, which are very important to set up any of the organization. They should name a company name, cost center, location. Location is physical address, and region is in geographical address. Example, this company is a legal entity. Why it is legal entity? Because whenever you assign a company name, you have this private limited, limited, INC, right? So this has to be registered at some place which is, directly connected with government. That's what we are calling it as legal entity, right? So here you will be having your company name. Example, Flash Private Limited or Flash India Private Limited. So this is the name of a company. So that's what we are calling it as legal entity, and this is an organization. Now the second one is cost center. This cost center is named as financial unit. Why I'm calling it as financial unit, guys? Every transaction that which is happening in the company, each and every transaction has to go from cost center. We have to assign a cost center for any of the transactional related entity. You talk about billing, you talk about budget, you talk about expense, you talk about salaries. Everything has to come from cost center. This is one of the best feature of Workday to track all the transactions or to track all the financial transactions. We have something called cost center. Till here, any questions? Understanding company or understanding cost center, do you have any questions?
This cost center is linked with division.
If you want to link cost center to any of the entities in company, you can link it. You can link it to division, department, team, project, account, wherever you
Okay,
wanted to link it, you can link it because it will track the transactional part.
understood.
Whatever the division that you are selecting, the division will have some or either transactions that has to be done, right?
Yeah,
So those transactions will be tracked by cost center.
got it.
So usually we call it as CC, uh, as in short form for cost center. And if you wanted to add any of the name, like 01, something like that, you can add it, like FLASH flash CC01. You can also name it. You can also give the numeric code. All will be based on the client requirement. How they wanted to name this cost center, they can. So they
That
can
is
create
nothing but
multi
CC description.
description again. I'm talking about name here. That's it.
Okay.
If you
So
wanted to
for
add any,
example, sorry,
yeah,
sorry, you can
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
So description is different thing. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying, so for an example, in my company, they set it as different departments. So, like it was like finance, accounting, billing department, different. So the cost centers, they set it according to departments and then they give a number with that.
Okay, good, amazing. I mean, you have cost center numbers, right?
Yeah, cost center numbers with the names as well of the departments to make it clear. So, for example, finance dash, there was a number.
Got it. So it's based that's what I said. It is depend on organization to organization how they wanted to maintain their cost center, right? So the next one is location. Location we all know it's a physical address. Example Hyderabad, where your company is located. Every information, the physical address has to be maintained. So you will be creating location, you will be creating cost center, you will be creating company. Once the implementation, the core design is done, then you will be creating all the information for the client. You will be creating company details. You will provide a whole structure of a company for the client, right? So region, we have APAC. So usually regions are divided based on geographical continental details. So APAC, EU, right? USA, you have Middle East. So like this region will be divided based on the geographical continental area. So we come under APAC, right? So these are the different organizations which are predefined organizations which are responsible to set up any of the organization in Workday. Now, once we create the whole setup, now you have to create multiple departments, right? So to create multiple departments or divisions or groups, we have something called supervisory organization. supervisory organization. This supervisory organization is also very, very important. This will help you, this organization or this entity will help you to create multiple departments. If you want to create any divisions, you can create it. If you want to create any accounts, any teams, you can create it using supervisory organization. Most of the time it is used for departments. Example, if you are creating executive department, under this executive department you will have other departments like human resource, finance, IT, sales, support, right? So all these departments that we are talking about are directly assigned or under the executive department. So here executive department you will have CEO, CFO, right? CITO, CHRO, all executive level people will be there in this department and they will be managing whole departmental structure, right? And you also have, uh, I mean, these are the main departments, and under this you will also have sub departments like recruitment, onboarding, talent management. Department that we are talking about here in itself a supervisory organization. Even though you are creating sub department or main department, everything comes under supervisory organization. So why supervisory organization is important? I mean, you may get a question, right? So we have other entities. Instead of using other entities, why we have to use supervisory organization? So supervisory organization that we are talking about will have lot of different actions where the other organizations will not be having. If you want to hire a candidate, if you want to do a staffing related activity, that has to be done by supervisory organization only. Other organizations, you cannot hire a candidate. In the same way, regarding reports, business process units, security groups, so managing all these things using only one organization, which is supervisory organization. Understood? The extra actions that you're talking about can be done only using supervisory organizations. The other organizations, company, cost center, location, they have their different actions. Supervisor is having its own different actions. So based on requirement, you will be given the access of these actions. Then you can perform multiple activities in the real time job, right? So supervisories are very important. Either they are departments, divisions, teams, groups, whatever it is. If you see supervisory, it is very important. Any questions on supervisory?
Abdul, I have one question regarding supervisory. Like, is there certain actionable items that only they could perform? As you said that they certain like staffing and things are under and unless they are allowed to do it, or they are giving the permission, only they could do it. So likewise, there are certain actionable items on Workday that only they could perform, or they could provide access to others in that way.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Abdul.
Yeah,
Yes,
Abdul,
yes.
yes. Right now you are.
Okay, thanks. So, that's what I said. You have a different actionable items which are not related to the other company, other organizations, which can be done by the supervisory. So once you get into the main core practical part, you will understand different action items that you can perform in the supervisory and not in the other organizations. For naming it, you have lot many hiring process, creating subordinate, assigning superior, maintaining hierarchies. Everything comes under supervisory. Okay. So once you get into practical part, you will understand multiple actionable items.
Okay, Abdul, got it.
Got it right? Understood about supervisory topic? Why we use supervisory organization?
Yeah, Abdul, we can perform different actions wherein other organization will not have.
Yeah, correct. So now the next organization that which are required. Now let's suppose I'm working in this IT department or HR department. Let's suppose IT department, okay? I am working in development. I'm working in one project. Now suddenly what happened? There is one more project coming into picture, and this project will stay for a shorter time, right? And I want someone from my team to work on that particular project. It is not full-time project, but then it will be there for some time. If no, if you are working on some other entity for not for a longer time, okay? It's a kind of requirement. It's a kind of project coming in, and again, there would be multi-reporting to it, right? If someone who is going to work on that particular project, again, the manager will be different, right? So one worker reporting to multiple managers. Try to understand. One worker reporting to multiple managers, one worker working on multiple projects. To maintain the hierarchy of that worker, we have something called matrix organization. So using this matrix organization, you can assign a worker for a different project, which is a matrix assignment, and that particular project will be for a shorter period. It will not be for longer time. And one worker who is already working in the supervisory department, he will also work for matrix assignment or matrix organization. To show that hierarchy, this worker is working on so and so project, we have matrix organization. Multiple reporting can be happen. One worker will be assigned to two multiple managers. Everything can be seen here in matrix organization. So this is very important. You might have an interview question on matrix organization. They'll very simply they'll ask if I want to assign someone to another project and I wanted to assign him a manager. or he still will be working in the main project, then what entity that you will be using it? Then how can I manage the hierarchy? A very simple question they will be asking. Then you have to say we have something called matrix organization in the system in the Workday environment. Using matrix, we can assign the worker to that particular project which is coming in for a shorter time, and you can also assign the manager for that project. Understood about matrix organization?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, I would not say this is also kind of matrix organization, but this is different. Let's suppose if my director of human resource want to create a separate team, separate department for some time, skill development team or training team or performance development team that they wanted to create for a separate, they just have to group some of the people and then they wanted to create a department. And this is not for a longer time, and people again who are working in the supervisory, they will be working under this department. So based on the client requirement, the whole organization, whatever you are customizing, is called as custom organization. So using this custom organization, client can create their own organizations, their own departments, divisions, teams, and again this will be also for only for some time. This will not be again a full-time entity. This will also be a temporary entity. If client wants this entity for full time, later let's suppose they have created one department called skill development, right? And they have assigned 5 people who are working in the different teams. So all people are working on skill development of the employees. Now, if they are doing good, if client wants to make this department permanent, then Workday consultant will go and create a supervisory organization with the name of skill development. So custom organization is totally based on customization of client. If you want to group someone to create something, usually this happens, right? In organization, director will say that they will select few of the people. They will ask them to work on this particular entity. Not only skill development, any trainings, right? Performance development activities or anything regarding some presentation, whatever it is. In that case, to show that hierarchy, we have something called custom organization. Matrix organization is for multiple reportings. You will have a proper matrix assignments you will be working on. And here in custom organization, you are grouping the department, you are grouping the candidates to work on some separate entity which is related to organizations like skill development, performance management, training the candidate, whatever it is. So different between matrix and custom organization, it is lot of difference because matrix is a different entity, custom is also a different entity. Once we do practical, you will get to know more understanding on matrix and custom. Any questions so far?
Matrix is nothing but to assign worker to multiple projects. We have matrix organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
And custom organization, we have to group few workers uh, to assign particular work, and it is a temporary entity only for some
Correct.
time.
Correct. Both are
Okay.
temporary, but then project matrix are like more, projects which are related to clients.
Okay.
Custom, you can say internal departments.
Again, if we want to make it permanent, we have to use supervisory organization.
Supervisory, correct. Absolutely correct.
We can directly convert into supervisory organization, Abdul, or we have to create a new supervisory organization.
No, you have to create a supervisory.
Okay.
You cannot convert because all these things are different entities, not related to each other. Only supervisory organization is linking between all this. Company, cost center, location, and region. Supervisor is only responsible, will be linking all these departments, all these organizations. Sorry. Very important theory that you are understanding now. This is the core basics of Workday. Anyone who wants to get into Workday, any of the functional area, they should know these HCM topics. Right, Suresh? I guess you were asking something.
Nothing, Abdul, yeah.
Okay, so these are the multiple organizations that we are going to see in the practical part. Moving on, we have something called staffing models. This is directly linked with supervisory organization. Whenever you create supervisory organization, you have to enable staffing model. So when I say staffing model, it is directly and actually related to your staffing of that particular department. So there are two types of staffing models. One is position management, and the other one is job management. So whenever you create a department, you have to select staffing models. Using this staffing model or based on the staffing model, your staffing entire staffing will be depend on the staffing model. If you are selecting position management, I'll give you an overview because you have a detailed session on staffing model, a dedicated session. We will be discussing more about staffing models in that particular session. Or to give you an overview understanding how does this staffing model works. If you are selecting position management, you have to create positions for each role. And if you are selecting job management, positions are not required. You can directly assign a candidate to job profile. That's it. So here these two are different. These two have different terms. Position, once you are creating position, you have to fill that particular position, and one position is equal to one worker only. And job management is not like that. You can assign one job profile to multiple workers. Now, have you seen the customer support companies? They will be having very limited job profiles like associate, senior associate, or they'll be having like voice agent. non-voice agent. So the job profile will be same, but there are a lot of workers working for the same profile. Out of 100, 120, 150 people will be working on the same. Whoever you go and ask, they'll say either associate or senior associate. Salary will also be the same budget for that particular role.
So each job is related to a position, or it's both are independent entities?
Both are different entities, but then if you are creating position, you should also add job profile in position. Position is like a more premium version of maintaining your recruitment system. Example, if you wanted to create, if you wanted to develop an executive team, you cannot assign one job profile to all workers because in executive team, there are multiple job profiles you will have. CEO, CFO, COO,
Hmm.
CHRO, right? All are having different job profiles. Now, you cannot assign them a single job profile, as an system integrated. Now, in that scenario, you will go with position management and you will create multiple positions for them. Position 1 for CEO, position 2 for CFO, position 3 for CHRO. And each position, it will be assigned to each worker. And then when you talk about support department, you will go with job management and you will create job profiles. And those job profiles will be directly assigned to the workers. You will not be creating positions because if you sit and create positions, it will take lot of time because in support and sales departments, workers will be same on the with the same different profiles, with the same profiles. 100 people will be working on same profile. Now you cannot sit and create 100 positions, right? So it is all about client and customer who wants to design their staffing requirement based on the whatever the model they wanted to use, position management and job management.
So recruiter will work on position or job.
No, it is
See,
based on the department selected by the organization. Let's suppose if organization selected position management, recruiter has to create the position. He will be
hmm.
working on that particular position. And if organization decided to have job management, then recruiter will not create position.
So either any one exist or both can exist in
No, no,
organization.
only one exists for one department.
Okay, one exists for one department.
You cannot use both in one department. Now you started with position management. Later, if you wanted to change to job management, yes, you can change it. You have that feasibility. But then you cannot assign multiple staffing models to one department.
So, and while creation of any job in Workday, there is no relation with the position. Like it doesn't accept like what position you are hiring, right? While creating the
Correct.
job.
It will not show you the position details also while you are creating the job. You just have to type the prompts like saying like create job profile. The window will open. You will be creating the job profile. Later, if it is position management or job management, based on that, you will be assigning this job profile to position or worker.
Okay. So on high level, you are saying the job management for a single job, you can have multiple profiles,
Workers. Correct.
workers.
Workers.
But for exposition management, for one-to-one relation.
One to one. That's it.
So, just maybe a dumb question, but basically, in case of now, you see the career sites and you see the jobs, right? So, do we see the jobs or do we see the position there?
We see only jobs, job profile details from Workday.
So, how the candidate will apply for a position then?
So it is not candidate who is going to apply for the position.
Mm-hmm.
Now see, once you create a job profile, right?
Mm-hmm.
After creating job profile, you will be creating job requisition. So job requisition will be the main concentration for a candidate who will be applying to. Whatever the job profile, whatever the job requisition, candidate will apply to that particular job requisition. I mean, because job
Okay,
posting has to be done from, yeah,
there's one more job requisition which is assigned to job profile. That's what you're saying, right?
correct.
And for position also, there's some job requisition.
Job requisition. Job requisition is a common thing.
Okay, okay, got it.
Why we use job requisition? Because using job requisition, you will be doing candidate management,
Mm-hmm.
job posting, everything can be done by the job requisition. Now, either it is position management or it is job management. To maintain candidates, you have job requisition. Once
Okay,
job requisition is done, the whole candidate management is done. Once the candidate is ready for pre-hire, now a consultant or a team who wants to assign this particular person to or job or position based
mm-hmm.
on the departmental integration. If it is position management, they will hire this candidate to position. If it is job management, a profile will be given to this worker and he will be assigned to a department. He will be working in that department.
Okay.
It is very easy. Once you do the practical part, you will easily understand,
Mm-hmm.
Srikanth. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Mm.
I mean, theoretical part, maybe it is little confusing, but once you do the practical part, it is very simple and very easy.
Okay.
Anyways, we have dedicated session to this. I'll let you know more about how does it works.
Yeah, sure.
So headcount management and some of the transactions, like once the whole setup is ready, the organizations you have created, the departments that you have created. Now, some of the actions, like if I want to edit something, if I wanted to edit something, I can do it from edit. If I wanted to change the name, right? If I wanted to inactive the organization, right? If I wanted to move the worker from one department to other department, if I wanted to promote the worker from one department to other department, if I wanted to terminate, all comes under this headcount management and transactions. So these are the actual transactions or tasks that you will be performing on your daily basis. There are lot of actions, lot of tasks that you will be seeing once you get into practical part. Based on the ticket that you are receiving, you will be performing that particular action. Example, you've got a ticket saying that please terminate so and so worker from so and so department. Then you will go to department, you will click on termination, and there is a detailed process of termination, right? When you wanted to terminate, what is the notice period, every information has to be mentioned. Just click on terminated. Candidate will get terminated on so and so date. He will not be having access to anything. In the same way, you've got some service request or ticket to create a report on staffing related activities. How many positions are open? how many positions are filled. Then you will go and create a report as per the ticket. So there are so many actions, so many tasks that you are going to perform based on the requirement coming into you.
Okay.
Understood, right?
Yeah.
So this is what a core HCM look like. So in last session we had our first module introduction, which is a theoretical theory part we have seen. So a very quick recap for everyone, right? So the first module that we are going to cover, we are going to start is core HCM. In core HCM, we are going to talk about three topics. One is organizations, the second one is staffing models, and the third one, headcount management or transactions. In organizations, the multiple organizations that you have in Workday. To start with, we have company as an organization which is a legal entity. Cost center is an organization which is a financial unit. Location, the physical address, and then region. Region is a geographical continental area. So region is very important. So the all four that you are seeing here are basic predefined organizations which are required to set up an organization in the workday. Once organization is set up, you have something called supervisory organization, which is very important part. And these supervisory organizations are to create departments. Departments like executive department, human resource, recruitment, onboarding, talent management, L&D, right? Finance, IT, sales, support, everything. And using these supervisory organizations, you can perform staffing related activities. You can generate reports, right? You can also maintain your business process, security groups, all comes under supervisory organizations, right? And you have the other organization, matrix organization. If you have dual reporting, if you are working on multiple projects, if you have dual reporting, we will use our matrix organization, right? And then custom organization is totally customizable from your client, whatever the requirement is coming in from the client. If it is a requirement says that they wanted to create a skill development team or training team or something related to organization itself, they wanted to group the people in one team or in one group, then we will use custom organization, right? That is what we have discussed in our last class. So we also have seen about staffing models and headcount management. We will discuss this in our upcoming session. So today, let's go and quickly create our first set of the first structure of our company in our workday, right? So we have our workday system ready. Let me quickly log in. I guess you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, Abdul.
Okay. So this is the user interface of Workday. This is how Workday exactly look like in your real time as well. But then the home page that you're seeing here might be customizable. Logo can be customizable. The images that you are seeing here will be customizable based on the requirement of the client, right? So whole page is customizable. You can see your team highlights. You can see your awaiting actions. announcements, important dates, right? And then your top apps are nothing but your worklets, right? What you are working in Workday, all these things are shown it in here. Not to perform any of the task. If you want to, open any of the entity, right? So how you gonna do that? So you have something called global search here. Very, very important search option. It will exactly work like search engine, how you use for Google or any other browser. In the same way, in Workday also it will work like a search engine. Whatever you ask, it will give you multiple options, right? If I am looking for some company, then you just type company. Just give few words of company, then it will give you a lot of information about the company. Got it? So global search is very important for you guys also to complete any of the task, any of the report. If you want, you have to go to global search option. From the search option only, you can get all the information which is required for you. Understood?
Yeah, got it.
Yep.
Great. So, our task to create company before we get into create something, right? So you have to know very important points like there are two things as in consultant or as in configurator you should know. If you're creating something or you wanted to perform any action, any task wherein you are doing it for the first time, you're creating or you're editing something, create, maintain, and edit. All these are to perform a task. When I say task, this is an actionable item wherein you're creating something for the first time or you're changing something for the first time. Okay, so to create something for the first time, to change or to maintain something in Workday environment, you will be using these keywords: create, maintain, and edit. We are calling it as task category. And once you have created, once you wanted to view it, right? Then your keywords will be view or the name of that particular entity that you have created. Name of entity which you have created, and you're naming this as an report. Task is nothing but an action that you are performing to create something, and report is something which you wanted to view, only view. Right? Later, if you wanted to do any changes into it, you can do it. But then to view something, you will use report, and to create something, we will use task category. Right? So these are the keywords that you will be using for any of the task you are going to perform. So now, if I want to set up my company in this workday, so what I'll do, I'll just type create company. See, I have type in create company and it shows it's a task, right? Just click on it. You will get a prompt. Now, what is this reorganization? Reorganization is mandate here. Before you create any of the organization, company, reorganization is important. So reorganization in Workday, it is the event. Okay, it is a folder which is responsible to track all the activities of organizations. Now you are creating company, right? You are creating cost center, you are creating region, you are creating supervisory organization, you are creating each and everything. But there should be someone who has to track activities of these organizations, like who is creating, when it got created, and what is the name of that particular organization. Everything will be tracked by reorganization, right? So let me quickly go and create my folder, create my event. So here you have an option called create reorganization. Just click on create reorganization, and here you provide the name of the reorganization, flash group. Okay, flash group. And reorganization date, you can take it current date, you can also take it past date, and you can also take future date. I am taking current date. So in Workday, dates are very important, guys. Shrikant, Manohar,
Yeah, yeah, Abdul.
Vijay, Shravani. In Workday, dates are very important. Why dates are very important? Because whenever you provide any of the date, you talk about availability date, or you talk about effective date, or reorganization date, on that particular date these entities will be available. Example, I have given today's date 20 November, I have given 2025. This organization, the reorganization, will be available from today itself. If I have given the next year date, January 2026, then this reorganization will be available only from Jan, not from today. I hope you're trying to get my point.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So
Yes.
dates are very important in Workday. Whenever you are working on date, whenever you are providing the date, make sure you are having a very detailed communication with your client and you provide the date, right? So just click on OK and your reorganization flash group is created. Now this folder flash group, this reorganization is responsible to track all the activities which are happening now. Okay. Now just click on OK. My create company template is up. Here I'll be giving some of the details to complete my task, right? In real time, your client will be providing you this information. Okay, whatever the information is required that comes from your client. Any questions?
No, Abdul.
Good.
so
Now,
one question, Abdul, I have you said the client is going to provide these details, right? So,
mhm.
but the client is uh, unaware of like what fields the work they will capturing, right? So when the product is onboarding, a workday product is onboarding, right? So we need to, who is going to collect those requirements? Is need to the workday consultant need to collect those requirements? Like how this data will flow?
no, usually you have the way that we have in the organizations, we have BAs, we have product managers, right?
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
consultant, the roles of consultant only to configure something which comes from the client. You will
Okay.
have a detailed templates Once the data
Mhm.
is collected, you have a separate team who will be communicating with the client. You name them as
Okay.
BAs or you name them as product managers, whatever it is.
Mhm.
So these people will collect the details from the client and then give this information to the consultant. So last session, this 7 a.m. batch, I had someone from US again. He was actually working in Workday as an BA. So he joined as an BA for Workday community and he was very fresher. He got
Okay.
a BA experience for different different applications, but then as in for the Workday, this is his first time. So he wanted to learn in and out of Workday, so he joined our Tech Pratham. He was there in my batch, so he was only performing BA related activities in Workday, only to collect information from client, give it to
Mhm.
consultants.
Okay.
Got it? So this is some area where you guys can also concentrate. If you are coming up with BA kind of experience, product management kind of experience, you can also get into this role. Okay, it is not mandate that you wanted to be as in consultant itself. You can look something else with your experience. Understood?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now let me name my company as in Flash India Private Limited. So again, this private limited, you should have at least a little knowledge. What are private limiteds? What are limited? Why we use INC? LCC or something. So these are the legal terms. If you guys know, if you guys have some idea about it, it's well and good. If not, that's absolutely fine. But then, better you have knowledge on what are the different types of registrations of a company that you will have in overall, right? So name of the company we have provided Flash India Private Limited, and if you wanted to add the code, what happens in one group? Let's suppose the Flash group that we are taking, there might be multiple companies globally. Now, if I wanted to create a Flash USA Private Limited, Flash, Germany Private Limited under the same reorganization. And how do you differentiate that, right? So you have anyways name that it clearly says this is for USA and this is for Germany. But then if you want to add any of the code, then easily you can add the code and again that has to come from the client, right? And you can also include the code in the name. Let's suppose if I'm saying 001, if I want to include this 001 here, right? You just click on include code in the name, this checkbox. Automatically, this code will, once you click on OK, this code will be appeared in here, right? So for now, we are not going to use code because we are only concentrating on one company. Let us discuss this code later. Now, subtype, when you are creating any organization, right? You talk about company, you talk about cost center, you talk about supervisory organizations. You can create these organizations for multiple usages. Like, I want to create this company for division. I want to create this company for some account. You can create it. So you just have to show the different subtype which you will be having. If you see here apart company, you have something called account, something called division, something called company hierarchy. The you can use this organization for different functional areas also. But then yes, most of the time it is only for creating a company setup. But then what if I wanted to create a division? under any of the company, right? Then your subtype should be division. So most of the time it will be company itself, right? So subtype is very important whenever you're selecting, whenever you're creating any of the organization, subtype is important because subtype is a mandate entity which comes from the client, which comes from the workday to the client. So you have to make sure you're providing subtype as in company. Got it? The next option that you have is visibility. 1 minute, guys.
అయితే కాఫీ ఉంటే లేకపోకండి.
Okay. What? Someone was asking something? Shrikant, you?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So visibility, who can view this company after created? Who can have access of, view this company details? So here you have everyone who are associated to this organization, this company. And you also have other options like role assignees and members, role assignees of current and superiors. So all these three options that you are seeing here, you will get to know in upcoming sessions, okay? But for now, you are selecting everyone for visibility. Now, if your company is having, your client is having any URL that you wanted to add it here, you can add the URL. If not, you can create a URL as well. So I have clicked on create URL. URL, it's a company website details if they wanted to add it in here. Let me say slash India and URL should be like www.india.com. So this URL it's not in a, I mean, we see that it is a correct format, but then this is not correct format for Workday environment. Once I click on here, I'll get an error saying that, yeah, once I'll get an error saying that invalid HTTP address entered. So HTTP addresses must be in one of the following formats. These are the formats that you have to maintain to create any of the URL. So Workday itself, it will give you an error saying that this is the error, and you can also, do this way. So you will also get the suggestion from error. So I have selected HTTP and then colon and then backslash. Now my error is gone. Just click on OK. Your external URL is created.
So
This
one
is
question,
again,
Abdullah,
yeah,
one question
please.
I have, so now a company can have sub-brands, right? So I mean to say
Or
the
sister company.
brand, yeah, sister company or brand basically, right? Different brands they have, right?
See, you're
So
talking about branch, then you have
not
location.
brands. No, the company have for each specific region they have some separate. The company is same, but their branding is different, right?
Mhm.
So in that case, we create only single company, or like how that will be then?
So you will be creating a single name and locations will be different. You will show that
Oh,
in the hierarchy structure.
Mm-hmm.
It will be Flash India only, but Flash India in Bangalore, Flash India in Hyderabad, Flash India in Delhi.
Mm.
Okay, so all the locations are different. So you have something called location hierarchy so that you can show all the information in location.
No, like if you take a Reliance, right? It's a Reliance is a company, and Reliance has into different marketing strategies, right? Reliance Retail is there, Reliance Electronics is there. So how? So this will be again a child-parent relationship. How this is going to be a company setup then?
So here, if you are concentrating separately, let's suppose Reliance Digital, Reliance,
Mm.
Mart, these two things are different, but come as a part of company, both are same.
Yeah.
What you will be doing, you will be creating a separate entities for these two. You will be creating Reliance Digital and you will
Mm.
be creating Reliance Mart, and you
Mm.
will assign these two to a hierarchy of Reliance Group.
Okay.
So group will have access to maintain these two. Employees are different for both of them, right?
Mm.
Cost centers are different for both of them. Locations are different for both of them. Everything will be different, but in hierarchy, they are connected. We will see that information,
Okay.
Srikanth.
Fine. Okay.
Right? We will
Thank
see that. Where we are. So the next option we have is company currency. So usually MNCs follow to have USD, for billing any of the uh, financial or transactional related. Most of the MNCs follows USD to bill their clients, right? So USD you can directly select. Again, it should come from your client. Okay, moving on, assign roles. This is not required for now, but then if you see already there are few roles which are already assigned by Workday itself, this training tenant itself. So I'll give you a brief overview of what is role and how it got assigned, okay, to someone who is vice president. So roles are directly connected to security groups in Workday. Whenever you create a role, you have to assign a security group. What does this security group does? This security group will have multiple permissions, multiple accesses a worker can perform. Example, I have taken this owner as in role. If you click on related actions, so these three options, the three button option that you are seeing here, it is called as related actions. This is again one of the super button in Workday. We will discuss about this later, but then for now, when I click on related actions of owner, if you scroll down, there is something called security group here. And this owner that you are seeing here, it's a security group. So this group will have some of the permissions, some of the access, so that whoever you are assigning to this particular role, I can assign Shrikant, I can assign Shravani, I can assign Manohar, I can assign any of them as an owner to this company. That particular person will have lot of access, lot of permissions he can perform. If you want to delete something, if you want to create something for this company, if you want to maintain some reports, if you want to hire someone to this company. So owner as in security group will have some of the access, and once you assign this role to any worker, example like Srikant or Manohar, so Srikant and Manohar can perform owner activities in Workday environment. So you have
So
multiple roles here. If I'm clicking on add, so click on drop down, you have lot of roles which are created directly connected with security groups. Example, if I wanted to add HR, add Okay, add him. So this
And
is
these
spelling
roles are assigned with some security policies, right? If I'm
correct.
not wrong. Okay.
Yes. And
So with
nowhere, Shrikant, as in consultant, we are getting into creating security policies or creating
mhm.
security groups because
So
you have
mhm.
dedicated team of security who will be working on this.
So, but as a consultant, I should be aware of what is functional, right? If I'm going
Correct.
to assign, yeah.
Yes, that's what we are discussing about roles here. As in consultant, you should know how does security works. As in
Mhm.
consultant, how does role, what is role and what is security group. All these things you should know. So that's what we will be discussing in our security module about how
Okay.
does the security group works and what are the different permissions that we will be having.
So these are the default roles will Workday is having, or its security group is going to create these roles for each company.
So you have default roles as well based on company to company,
Okay.
which Workday is already created for their Workday environment. And also, as you said, all roles are customizable and security can create based on the requirement of a client.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So here HR admin, just go to related actions, see the security groups. No security group is assigned, so this role will not have any permission, right? So this is how you will be assigning roles to the
Can you open
any
one at one?
organization. Open once, I can open, yeah.
So go to security roles. What is assigned? Okay. Only one role, right? Only one security group.
Correct. And this security group will have lot of accesses inside it. If I click on it, this whole page will go off. That's what
Oh,
I'm not clicking on it.
got it. So
Noted.
group is again having a security policies.
Correct. Understood, guys? Till here, any questions? All of you, Manohar, Vijay.
s- these
Yeah.
roles are nothing but the job roles, or we can create anything. Like we can
Oh,
give whatever the name we.
no, very good question, Shravani. These are not related to a job, right? These are only related to workday environment. Now, a role as an owner is assigned to someone who is vice president of human resource. Nowhere it is related to job. So
So
this
how
role,
come this owner is here? I mean, did we create that role with the name owner?
yes, security group will be creating these roles based on the requirement. Now, as I created a owner role, this
Mm-hmm.
owner role is concentrated to have some special permissions who will be performing in workday environment. So when I say workday environment, the tool access. As an owner, Logan McNeil, the vice president of human resource, will have some of the tool access wherein other people will not be having it. Now Shravani is an owner, and then Abdul is a worker. Abdul will not have permissions what Shravani can perform in Workday tool.
So
So
basically, it's like an admin.
kind of admin, but then each role will have different access here. Now, as an owner will have different permissions. Now, here you have one more role called Workday Consultant. So, Workday
Mhm.
Consultant will have different permissions. So, here these
Okay.
roles are concentratedly uh, concentrated to have different permissions, different actions that can be done in Workday environment.
Based on the groups, security groups.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I guess
Thanks.
it got refreshed. So click on create company again. You have created your organization, which is Flash, right? Flash.
So if you're not saving, it will not be saved as a draft version also, right?
No. So for some organizations or for some task, you have save for later,
Mhm.
but then not for some of the organizations. It got refreshed, so everything is gone. So quickly create everything. Okay, just click on OK. My company is created. Flash India Private Limited company. So people who are associated or who are joining this company, the members, you guys can see all the workers here, right? And then here you have details. Here you have roles, whatever you have assigned. You have security groups. There are 14 security groups assigned to this company. And you have additional information if your client wants a trade name, any reference number, anything that it wanted to show it here, you can just click on edit and you can add the details, right? So now you wanted to know a very important point again here. Whenever you adopt Workday, right? So Workday have lot of services which are already created for customer that you can directly enroll once you get your Workday designed or Workday delivered. Example, I have not assigned any of the security group here while I'm creating my company. But once if I click on security groups, there are 14 items which are assigned to multiple workers. You talk about worker as in Logan McNeil or the Teresa Serrano or different workers will be get automatically assigned. So Workday as in product, it will help you to add or do some of the additional task which will be automated by Workday itself. Now here you have created company, the security groups are already assigned. Now based on this security group, you can perform some of the activities. In real time, how does it work? Until unless you don't assign to any security group, you cannot perform anything, right? So demonstration tenant or training tenant, whatever that you're talking about, is already provided with lot of accesses to the user. So whatever you are creating, it is automatically created by Workday. Some of the entities which are required and which are not required, then you have to provide the access manually. Got it? Now, you guys may have a question. Abdul, I have created a company now, Flash India Private Limited company. I want to do some changes. I want to do some changes in details. I want to change visibility, or I want to change, let's suppose the name of the company. How can I do that? So you have something called related actions. The three buttons related actions. I was talking to you about this. You just have to click on related actions. You have a lot of actions related to this company that as an owner you can perform. If I scroll down, all these are actions related to the company itself. Now, what type of actions, Abdul, you have here? You have every functional area action, you can find it in here. So first option that you are seeing here about company itself, you have lot of options to do or changes can be done in company. You wanted to change some edit company expenses option, change company ID definition, industry codes, company tax details, company name and code, inventory account options, right? Purchase order print layout. Abdul, as in consultant, is it required for us to do all these activities? No. Based on your role as in consultant, you will be working on these entities, right? Now, there is something related to compensation. There is something related to business process, something related to customer deposit, something related to hierarchies. Ledger. Ledger is totally different. It's a financial unit. It's a part of financial part, right? Financial management will have this ledger creation. Accounts related entities are seen in here. So all the functional areas are integrated in this related actions. If you want to do any of the changes as an owner, you can directly get into that particular area using related actions. One of the best feature Workday is having. So today, let's go and create other organization, cost center, region, location. Okay. So to create something, we just have to type create cost center. So this is your task. What is your reorganization? Flash, is it?
Flash India.
Yeah, it is Flash.
So reorganization is an event, is an folder. So it will be flash group, right? So click on OK. And this is what you have for the cost center. Now you start providing the name of this cost center, required details. Flash India. Code I'll be writing CC underscore 001. When I say CC, CC is nothing but the cost center. Now if I have more than one cost center for the same location, then I'll be using multiple codes. CC underscore 002, CC underscore 003, like this. I want to include the code in the name, right? Subtype is cost center and visibility is for everyone. Usually what happens, visibility will not be for everyone because this is cost center, right? You have lot of billing details, you have lot of details which are, associated to this cost center. So either it will be role assignees of current and superiors or role assignees and members. So what are these options? Role assignees you have already seen, we have already discussed. To whomever we are assigning as a role, those people can see the cost center details. And members are nothing but workers, right? So whoever is associated to this cost center and this entity, if you are selecting role assignees and members, only those people can see the cost center. Okay. For now, we are going with everyone. Usually, it will not be everyone, guys. Now, restricted to companies. If you have any of the company that you wanted to restrict, that Flash India CC should not work to any of the other sister companies or any of the company, then you will be adding restricted company details here. So you have lot of companies which are already created. Now let's suppose I have Alpha Private Limited company, right? And when I say restricted to company, this Alpha Private Limited company will not be having access of this cost center. Understood?
Yes, sir. This restricted to companies is this option is available only in first center, right? Yeah. Or in
Correct.
You're adding the companies which they should not have access to this cost center, right?
Correct.
So what if they have, I mean, um, more than 10 companies? So you want this cost center to be under one, assigned to one org. You need to add all those rest of the 9 companies in the restricted companies.
If you want to use it only for one particular uh, super org or the company, then yes, you have to link the cost center from the supervisory.
So in general, uh, um, how many companies will be there in general for any organization or any company who has this Workday tool? In general, how many companies they will be having in as the data?
See, we never know how many companies are coming on for that particular client, right? So it's an open entity. One company may have only one company and they may have different cost centers based on locations. And if they have many sister companies, then for those sister companies also they will be creating their own cost centers. We
Mhm.
never know. So
So those
that
all
in
sister companies you will be adding here in the restricted to companies if you don't want to assign to.
correct.
Okay.
So usually
So
this is
one
not
company,
mandate. This is not mandate at all to add this option. If you see here,
Yeah.
this is not mandate field which is required that you should add restricted to companies.
Okay. Yeah.
So when you say either ways, how does this work? Restricted to companies, it directly says that if you are assigning some of the companies here in this column, this cost
Mhm.
center will only work for them. And
So,
that has to come from the design of your architecting this whole setup. Yes, Shrikant, you were asking something.
so the cost centers is a manual entry, or we can create a group of cost center before we creating a company.
No, before we start anything, right? Whenever you're implementing your Workday services with other company, that
Mhm.
company will give you the all requirement. So
Okay.
implementation partner or whoever is supporting you
Hmm.
to get the services of Workday, they will start working based on the client requirement.
Okay.
This is what the first stage is. They will
Mhm.
build everything for the client. Once everything is done, then it will go live. They will deploy all employees' data into the system.
Can we add multiple companies in this restricted company?
yeah, one company can have many cost centers, right?
Yes, yes. Jasmine, you asked something, but your voice is little low, very slow.
Hello, can you hear me now?
It is very slow. Is it for me only, guys, or you guys also can listen very slow?
Yeah, there's some problem I think from her side.
Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
No, Jasmine, it is little slow, very slow, I would say.
Not sure. It has been 1 minute.
Okay, moving on, restricted to companies are completed. Now moving on to work tax.
Um, yeah, can you hear me, Abdul?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Meghna, is
Um,
it?
yeah, right. I have a question. Okay. So you just to clear my understanding on this concept. So you mentioned that this particular cost, like cost center, will be applicable only to this restricted companies, right? But uh, just to have that clarity, can you share an example with us? Because I'm not able to understand the concept that if I have a cost center assigned to one department, how can some other company, even if it's a sister company, can use the same cost center? Because at the financial levels, will that not create problems for the parent company? Or just wanted a better understanding of
No,
this concept.
very good question, Meghna. But to answer you this, in a simple way, every
Mm-hmm.
cost center will have restrictions, and
Okay.
whatever you're seeing here restricted to the company's option here, in the
Mm-hmm.
real time, whenever you are implementing for someone, this might be disabled. And you as
Okay.
in consultant, we as in consultant, we never know and which what is the cost center number is and what are the different cost centers that we have.
Okay.
Why it is? Because you don't have access to see multiple cost centers which are created in the workday.
Okay.
And to and only finance team, and that too very restricted people who have an option to view multiple cost centers, and each cost center that you're talking about is assigned to a different department or different company. And that particular cost center that we are talking about, again, based on the visibility, everyone cannot view this. Only someone who is belong to that particular superior group, if they are giving
Mm-hmm.
this option, or someone from assignees or the workers who are associated in that particular department only.
Okay. So this is just for information only purpose, right? Because if,
Correct.
for example, we are working as a consultant, we will not be able to use this information in any way, right?
Anyway, I mean, it's very rare situation that you are going to work on cost centers
Okay. Got it. Yeah, cool.
because
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
as in consultant, on support roles. Okay, initially you will be more on support roles. Once you are good to go with support roles, once you get seniority, once you get experience, then you will get into the implementation or a little senior level wherein you are assigned to have you are designing a company's setup.
Okay. Understood.
Got it. Security
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
will plays a very important role here. Security also will not give you an access to access any of the cost center or any of the entity which is not required for you to maintain.
And cost
Yeah.
center, you are creating a cost center, and who will be assigning a cost center to particular company or particular organization or
Security
department?
team
Security team. Okay.
based on access to access. If I let's suppose uh, a director
Mm-hmm.
is having an option, an access to assign this cost center to their department, right? Then director
Hmm.
can assign it. So everything that we are talking about, Shrikant, is all about access and
Hmm.
permissions.
Hmm. Got it.
If security permissions are given it to you, you can assign this cost center to your team, your organization, your
Hmm.
department.
Hmm.
Just that, whatever is coming in towards you, you will not have all this whatever you're learning here.
Hmm.
You will be having a some part of this where you will be working. Either you are working on recruitment, or you're working on compensation, or you're working on integrational side. It depends based on the roles and every module that we are learning here in itself a career path in industry, in the market. Everything that you are seeing here is having a different roles and different job opportunities.
Am I audible now?
Jasmine, better, yes.
Yeah, I was just asking, can we add multiple companies to restricted to companies at the same time?
Yes, if you want to use one cost center for multiple companies, you can do that.
Okay.
But then usually, Jasmine, every company have their own cost center. Uh, I mean, the superior cost center, and under this superior cost center, again they will have different cost centers. Human resource, they'll have a different cost center. Finance, they will have a different cost center. Development team, they will have a different cost center because this cost center will help to track all billing and expenses related activities.
Okay, makes sense. And basically, restricted to companies is a company which we don't want to give access to this cost center, right?
Vice versa, I told you both the scenario, but it is based on the design of a company, how they want to use
Okay,
it. If they want
got
to
it.
restrict it to only these companies and only these companies want to use it, then for sure only those people will be using it. Example,
Okay,
if I give here our Flash India Private Limited, right, which we have created, and this cost center, whatever we are talking, will be only for Flash India.
okay, makes sense. And we can use it otherwise as well if you want to restrict
Correct.
any company to use this.
Yeah, but then it should come from the design of this, how they are designing it.
Okay, got it.
Got it? Understood till here? I guess everyone is clear about till here. Now moving on, we have work tags. Work tags are also very important.
Abdul, you are in mute if you're talking.
Oh no, I was not talking. Okay. So the next tab that you are seeing here, related work tags. Work tags are special financial units wherein which are related to the cost center, which will have some of the financial transactions. Example, a project. If there is a project coming in, you have created a work tag and you have assigned to the cost center. This is very good scenario that for every project or for every aspect which are related to finance, you cannot go and create cost center for everything, right? So if you have one cost center and if you have multiple work tags, then you can assign this work tags to cost center. So cost center is responsible to track all the details of these work tags. Got it. Now let's suppose if you are getting a project and you have added the project details here, and if you got some division, if you want to track the financial details of this division, then you will create a division and you will add the details here, right? Again, commission amount or courses, whatever segments, work tags are which are related directly to transactional, where you can track transactional parts, transactional entities, wherein they will be having some of the billing related or budget related or anything which are related to transaction. Okay.
So these are the default work tags, or can we create a custom work tags also?
you have default and you also have custom or work tags. But creating these work tags majorly will have with finance team.
Okay.
The finance team will be working on these work tags. You see the project description projects in Workday are used to capture, accumulate and report on transactions from a variety of sources. Got it right?
Hmm.
So that associate via common objects used to accumulate cost and ultimately generate billings. Projects can be associated with customers or they can be used internally or to capture all the assets. Project widely represent the workday and can include phases and tasks, which are directly related to cost and generating bills, right? So these bills now your cost center will be tracking.
So when a claim is coming, right, if I assume correctly, the cost center will be entered as and also the work time, right?
Correct. And work tax again, it is not mandate, but then everything that, as you said, will be maintained in work tax, right? All claims and then all billing related entities, all project related entities will be maintained in work tax.
రిటర్న్ లో పిక్ చేసుకోమని చెప్పండి పాపని ఇప్పుడు వెళ్ళిపోమని.
So these work tags, like when claim or we are creating multiple work tags, right? So at the time of entry, they'll be entering only one work tag, if I'm not wrong, right? Not multiple.
No, not
Because here,
multiple.
so
No,
but here,
now
mhm,
let's. I mean, I'll make it very clear. I'll try to keep it very simple. Now, there is
hmm,
a project coming in, and
hmm,
this project have so and so environment, and you are deploying something. You have deployed something, right? Now,
hmm,
billing happened. Uh, whatever is the billing happened, whatever is the claim happened from the client, every details are maintained in the cost center. But
mhm.
before you get into cost center, you will create a project as in work tag, and you will assign this project to a cost center to differentiate a separate unit for this project. Now, let's suppose if I have the same department is working on two projects and I
Hmm,
want to use the same cost center,
hmm.
you will create multiple projects. Project 1, project 2.
So
These
can you
two,
select here the project?
oh yes, why not?
So
So here you
here,
have
oh, here
projects,
you get the list of all projects, huh?
correct. So these are customizable and also which you can also create.
But you can select only one project here, right?
Let me try that as well. Amazon Technologies.
Okay. You have to select multiple times. Only one, right? It is
No, it
coming.
is only taking one.
Then this is a little bit confusing.
No, it is little confusing because here you can add the details.
So one cost center is sharing with multiple projects. Then how you assign them?
Oh, it is taking only one. Division is technology.
Can you
Segment
open the can you open the division? Is it versus only one division?
division have lot of things.
No, no.
Leadership roles.
Can you add the division? Can you click on the three
No, you
dots?
three dots.
Uh,
It's the details of the division
last
details.
right side, that last the text box where you are
This one, right?
selecting
Drop down.
drop down. Okay. So here also you can select only one.
One, two, three, Mohi production.
So one cost center is aligned to one division, one project. Is that the concept?
Okay, wait. Let's go and ask someone. Okay. Accurate financial reporting, budget control, tracking spending, types of work tag types, cost center, company, fund, ledger account. So department where cost center is incurred, legal entity, source of fund, accounting classifications, reporting work tax, optional. So you have a project. This is what we were discussing, right?
Mhm.
Reporting work tax. Provide additional details for reporting. The project to tag expenses for a specific project. Customer used in AR transactions. Supplier used in AP transactions. Program category of okay. Work tag examples. So in Workday, the expenses might have these work tags. Company is ABC. Cost center is IT department. Fund is operations fund. Program technology upgrade program. Project phonics. And assignees or employees who is using the laptop. Each of these adds meaning to same transactions. If you choose cost center, Workday may automatically populate company, fund, program, and region. Okay. Just now we have seen we were selecting the division. Automatically it was popping up the project. Or if you are selecting the project, it is automatically taking the division. Okay. Where work tags are used, supplier invoices, customer invoices, journal entries, all finance related activities, guys. HCM will nowhere is responsible here. Expense reports, procurement, project costing. Understood, right, Shrikant? All these things are has to maintain by finance team.
Mhm.
As an HCM person, you're you don't know about journal entry, you don't know about expense entry, right? What are the procurement details, project costing, right? Yes. No, as per my knowledge, Shrikant, yes, we
Mhm.
can assign more than one work tag to the cost center. But why it is not taking in this particular tenant, I'm not sure. Because
Okay, that's
maybe this is a training tenant. We don't have access. I'm not sure about this.
okay.
No, but in this case, multiple work tags means, like, for example, division, project, segments, so different work tags, right? But can, like, one of the categories, say, for example, it's division, can we add multiple divisions in there?
Yeah, that's was the question, I think. But currently
Yeah.
it's not supporting.
Yeah, let me ask that detailed question. You can map it to the multiple work tags like company, fund, region, program, location, project. Here it is. No, not this one. I'll ask it directly, okay. Project as in work tag type. Can we add more than one work tag type to the cost center? Correct? This is the question.
I think we should write, can we add more than one project to this work tag type?
More than one project type. Okay, work tag type. Work tag types are nothing but the project. Project work tag type to the cost center. Okay.
Yeah, so it says it cannot have multiple values.
A cost center can have multiple related work tags, but not multiple values of the same work tag type. So one project, one program, one fund, one region. Sorry guys, background noise is my son, okay.
No problem.
But multiple values of the same work tag type is not allowed. One project, one program, one fund, one region, and one location. Per cost center related work tag rule, you cannot map two projects, two programs, two funds. Okay, good. Shrikant, your answer is here. It also gives why, because Workday needs one default value per driver work tag relationship. If there are two values of the same work tag type, Workday cannot auto drive correctly. Example of allowed setup project PRJ001, program digital transformation, fund operation fund, region APAC. In work tag, you will have all these things, if I'm not wrong. You have to assign program, project, you have to assign fund, you have to assign region also. This is correct. Now, example of not allowed setup is project PRJ001, project
So it
ZRJ002.
cannot be associated with multiple projects.
Yeah, it
Hmm,
cannot.
correct.
It won't take it if we'll select multiple.
In
You
cost
can use
centers,
diff you can use different projects in transactions, but they must be entered manually per transaction line, not auto derived from the cost center. Example, expense report will with two lines. Cost center
but
CC
how it is
hundreds.
now assigned? No, it is assigned to two projects, right? It's a contradictory statement.
As per my understanding, what I've got to, I mean, I when I as per work tag, I know that you can assign two areas, but then it's saying this is for transactions only.
But
Yeah,
can we
it's
do
generally
one
in
thing?
organization, right? When two departments are there and people are working on two projects, they can claim on same cost center.
Yeah, they have. It should be like that.
Can it be the situation where we will be creating cost center and we'll be adding the same details and then a different work tag project maybe in there?
But cost center can be created only once, right? It should be unique.
It should be unique and it should track multiple transactions. If not, there is no use of creating cost center.
That's what. If it is not associated with multiple projects, I don't know what is logic there. Divisions also. What are we talking about? Divisions also has a transactions, right?
Hmm. Can a cost center have more than one project in related work tags? No. Can a user select different projects during actual transaction? Yes. See, if you want, I can explain how related work tag rules work, how to drive project based on cost center, how multiple project allocation works in transaction. Just tell me yes. Mm. Work tag rules allows Workday to auto drive other work tags when you select one work tag, usually a driver work tags like cost center. Example, if user selects cost center CC1 IT department, Workday automatically fills company, program, project, region, and location. Okay, fine. If if it is only one project. This removes manual error and saves time during financial transactions. Okay, agreed. How to drive project based on cost center? Mm, uh, select drive Workday cost center. Okay.
Cost center can only have one default project through related work tags, but you can still manually choose other project, multi-project. Yeah, the next step, I think. Third.
Multi-project allocation in Workday transactions. Even a cost center cannot have multi-project default. A transaction can use multi-projects. Maybe we may have something called transaction here. Let me type. So creating netting transaction matching on general line, transaction tax liability, capital project transaction details, configure project transaction details, create transaction tax rate. Not sure, guys. All these are related to finance. My core area is
That's
not finance.
that's fine. We can discuss offline,
Mhm. Right.
keeping the
But
time
then
timing.
we've got some very good question. Maybe we can later ask a finance person also, right?
Yeah.
Let me try if I can get the detailed on that. So create cost center is our task, what we were performing. So quickly give your company flash, click on OK. Now flash India CC underscore 001. Subtype should be cost center. Visibility is everyone. And work tax, again a question mark. We'll discuss on this. Assign roles. We have owner assigned as in Logan McNeil. If you want to assign someone, you can also assign cost center manager. Right. You can also add other roles based on the requirement coming from the client. Just click on OK. Your cost center is created. Now going back to related actions. Sorry, you have lot of options here to work on cost center. You can edit the cost center. You can change the cost center, right? Audit. budget, business asset, business process, compensation, right? Bonus and one-time payments, bonus payment history, compensation change report, compensation spreadsheet, in progress, compensation changes, one-time payment, compensation summary. We organize all compensation related entities can be seen from this cost center. But compensation eligibility, review, favorite, hierarchy, integration ID, integration work tag. Click on edit. So integration work tag mapping. Mm, Not sure about this guys, but then cost center map, account map, division and channel mapping, region mapping, supplier and consumer customer mapping. Let's go with account mapping, external code and ledger account. Okay, so work tags are like cost center, CC001 Flash India. So if I'm again taking one more cost center mapping, then it only says external code. Maybe if you click on OK, it will take you to some other template wherein you have to add some more work tag related information, right? So I have created my cost center. If I want to view it, you just type view cost center. From the report, you can see the cost center which you have created. CC underscore 001. Or you have these many. So let's take Flash India. Right, again related actions. Moving on to related work tags. Here integration work tags and here related work tags. Reorganization, if you want to inactive from reorganization, you can inactive the organization. And other related actions, if you want to change the roles, if you want to create the reporting, right? Staffing reports, talent, time and absence, translation, worker spend. So, Abdul, are we going to work on all these actions? Will every consultant will get all these access? No, you will not get all this access because accesses are limited, as I told you. So Logan McNeil that we are using this profile, right? So it's a super profile. So we are getting all the accesses that we can see and we can do the changes. But real time it won't be the same. Understood? Till here about cost center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's go and create region. Slash India and code APAC underscore 001. Subtype region, include the name, include the code in the name, visibility for everyone, right? And related work tags are only location. So if you want to add the default location, then you can add the location as well. Okay, again, you have to create the work tag. Then only it will happen. It is asking us to Assign roles. Owner is assigned. Just click on OK. Your region is again created. You have again multiple actions: region, audit, budget, business process, compensation, right? Hierarchy. Hierarchy that we are talking about is only about region, right? So how many regions that are assigned to each other. Now, how does this work? Hierarchies works in a very standard pattern. Let's suppose you have multiple companies in one region, so everyone will get under to that particular region. And the region that we are talking about again will have its own superior region, right? So once we are going to discuss hierarchy, you will get to know more information on what I'm talking about. Each company will have hierarchy, each location will have hierarchy, each cost center will have hierarchies. So multiple organizations that we are talking about will have hierarchy structure. Okay, we will discuss about it once we complete creating our organizations. Understood about the region?
Yeah, yes, Abdul.
Now, create location. So creating location is little important. So let's look into it. Now, can you talk about your creating location? The first thing is location name. So let's quickly add location name is Flash Hyderabad. You can directly add Hyderabad also. But then Abdul, why you are adding Flash? Because to make sure whatever we have created, it's a Flash location, right? Because there are so many locations which are already created by so many people, right? So this will be a unique name, Flash Hyderabad. Location usage is very important. Now, whenever you are creating a location for your client, you have to get an information from the client. What is the usage of this location? Is it a campus? Is it a housing? Is it what job posting, off-site recruiting, or training room or workspace? What exactly it is? Most of the time, for whenever you create the location, we will be going with business site. Most of the time, business site will have different information to add on, right? If I'm selecting business site and then I can click on OK. So before I click OK, you might have a question, Abdul, can we use multiple usages? Yes or no? I mean, is it only for business site or can we also use it for training room? Can we also use it for workspace? Or can you also use it for housing? Once I click on this, probably I'll be getting an error saying that I cannot use all these four at a time. I'm just clicking on OK and I've got the error. Page error, a workspace location cannot be a business site at the same time. You cannot specify location usage of training room and business site at the same time. So business site should be a different entity altogether while you are creating the location. And here I am giving business site, I'm clicking on OK. When you guys practice, you also look for different usages and try to explore this. Okay,
So
I'm
in
just
that
click.
case, why they have given option of multi-select? That's a question. That's if only one thing can be associated, then why we have multiple
No,
selection
it
there?
is it is not only one business site. Now, if you don't want to use it business site, if you wanted to use this location for uh,
Let us select
to
training or something.
So if you wanted to do for training and workspace, there are some of the usages which you can use it for multiple multi usage. Example, Flash, Hyderabad, and usage I'm going to select training room and workspace. Now click on OK, it will take.
Mhm.
So here the location usage says training room and workspace. Now you have to give the information of training room, like what is the
Okay.
capacity, what is the equipment, right? Is it a video conference details? Everything has to be provided.
Mm.
Got it, right?
Yeah.
Are these location usages are the standard ones, or we can create the custom location
You can
usages?
you can customize if you have access.
And who will be creating this?
Because consultants only, the senior consultants, we as in configurators, we only will be creating the usages. Let's try if I have access in here, if you wanted to see.
Yes, please. Oh,
Everything that you're talking about is customizable. See, edit location usage. Oh, this one, it is taking you to a different.
So basically, when you are setting up all these things, right, there should be some steps need to be followed. What need to be created first? What next, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do we have any document on like hierarchy, like when you're setting an HCM, right, for a company? So I can't go directly create location, right? I should create something before that.
like implementation guide, is that what
Y-
you're asking?
Yeah. So basically, the sequential steps when you're
That
setting up.
comes in the implementation
See,
guide.
if yeah, that will be there in the implementation guide for sure. But
Okay.
then for HCM that you're talking about, whatever we are discussing on HCM, right? So
Mhm.
again, you have chapter-wise information from Workday itself,
Oh,
Oh, okay.
right? This is a course manual and activity guide. So here you have proper table of content. First, you will be performing some core concepts, navigation basics, okay, and then organizations in Workday. We are discussing now, right?
Mhm.
Creating, the company, the cost center, create a location, supervisory, right? And then again, you have staffing models which are related to got it, and
Position,
then
position,
uh,
and these things, right?
jobs and
Okay.
position comes under recruitment. Okay, here the information is given chapter wise, but then we
Mm.
are discussing this as in module wise,
Okay.
right? So you have full information on what we are doing.
Okay.
Got it?
And this is there in the drive, right?
It's there. I'll be sharing it, all the documents.
Okay.
Okay, so there are multiple transactions that you talk about. Uh, Course manual of activities. Uh, so available program and services for customer get maximum value from your workday. So there are so many things that uh, from the start you have to learn, right? So Workday Pro, the next level adoption kit, learn independent, there's so many things that you will be concentrating on. And again, table of content, transactions for Workday 27, goals and objectives, agenda, navigation, search, security, business process framework, organizations in Workday, right? Staffing models. So this document will have a different information on what we have seen in the fundamental.
Mm. Good.
Got it, right? So, and again, you have, um, Info HCM core for administrators. So this is this is a recent one from the Workday itself. So HCM core for administrators, uh, course objectives before you begin. Course outline is like Workday tenant and tools, overview of Workday HCM core concepts, organizations and hierarchy, staffing model, compensation framework, job profiles, prepare for hire, configure security framework, Workday HCM business process. That's all comes under the administration part. That is what we are doing. So you have Workday syllabus, supervisory organization, staffing, job profile, compensation, security, and business process.
Okay, well, I think we are running out of time, so proper.
Okay, got it. Understanding that what we are doing here. So we have started our first module, which is core HCM, right? So in core HCM, there are some subtopics which we are discussing. If you see, this is the first HCM and which is core HCM that we were discussing about. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Great,
Yes.
thanks. So if you see, in the core HCM, we have our first topic, which is organizations, which are the foundation for understanding our Workday HCM. So if you see company, location, region, cost center, supervisory organization, matrix, and custom, all these seven or all these eight, whatever that you are seeing, comes under organizations. Okay, these are very important for any of the organization. If they are setting up the company in Workday, they have to create these things: company, location, region, cost center, supervisory organization, matrix organization, and custom organization. So yesterday in our last session, we were discussing about the company, location, region, and cost center. Okay, so company is a legal entity. You talk about the name of the company is like uh, Dolphin India Private Limited, or whatever you take, Jellies India Private Limited, Amazon, Amaron, right? All private limited or LCC, INC limited companies will come under this organization. And location is an open entity which we all know. Uh, we can use this location. Once we create this location, we can use it for any of the organization, any of the department which is required. Region is a geographical area which we will be creating for this company. Cost center is a financial unit. You talk about any financial transactions that will be tracked under cost center, right? So all whatever that we are talking about in the theory, we have to do it in the practical mode, which is in our tenant.
After hi, Meghnad here. So, if you don't mind, can you share the uh, like how to set up the tenant information with us again?
For sure, you guys already got the tenants.
I don't know. I believe when I was talking to the person who enrolled me, he said that all this information will be provided by you. So I'm not sure if you have shared it in your previous sessions or not. So I just thought I'll check with you.
Oh, great. So, regarding trainings, I am responsible, Meghna, but
Uh,
tenant, you will be getting it from Bhavesh.
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Bhavesh is a person who is responsible to provide Vikram for you also this. Bhavesh is
Okay.
responsible to give you the tenant access, the
Okay.
demo practice tenant, wherein once you get it, you will be practicing real time.
So we
So
Okay.
have to reach out to them, right?
reach out to Bhavesh and Bhavesh will give you the login ID.
All right. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you so
so
much.
he will give you something like this. You will have some computer name and then you
Mm-hmm.
will have your username, right? And then you just have to click on connect.
Okay.
Then you will be having a password which is
Mm-hmm.
required to add it. I'll show you. Wait, let me.
Abdul, sorry to interrupt you. And have been connecting with Abhishek. Can I ask Abhishek regarding this?
Not Abhishek, try Bhavesh.
Yeah. Can I have his number?
It's there in the group, no? WhatsApp group. You are added in the WhatsApp group.
No, not yet. Have been reaching Abhishek only.
Is it? 1 minute. I'll do one thing. I'll give you Bhavesh details also. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Uh,
So, yes, Vikram, tell me.
can I ping my number in the chat?
No, no, no. Wait. So, guys, this is how your tenants will be given it to you. I guess other people, you guys have already logged in. Meghna and Vikram, this is how you will get the tenant details. The computer name and username, just now I have showed it to you, right? Once you enter these details, it will ask you to give the password.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me show you to you here itself. Let me edit this. Okay, so this is the first window, the blue color one, remote desktop, and this is the second window. Okay, once you click on first window, you will give the computer name and username. Once both are done, you have to provide the username and
Username and
password
password.
here once again. So username is user79 and password you just have to copy from here. Just click on OK and click on connect. That's it. Very simple. Once you click on connect, you will get your remote desktop connection wherein you will be having your tenant here. But I don't know. I guess tenant is busy today. So Vikram, take this number, Bhavesh.
Yeah, got it.
Got it? I have shared it in the chat box for Meghna and you also. You reach out to Bhavesh. This person will give you the access
Yeah, sure.
of the tenant.
I
So,
I saved him as Abhishek instead of Bhavesh.
okay. He is Bhavesh only.
Okay, sure. I will make it up.
Also, 1 minute. Okay, they said they're working on it, the tenant. So we'll discuss. Meanwhile, we will discuss the basic which we have covered theory part, so that you guys will understand. Okay.
Sure.
So Vikram, we started understanding from what is HCM. The first session of our discussion was what is HCM. This is the first topic that we have discussed. Uh, why HCM and what is HCM, what is ERP, right? And then we move on to a different understanding about Workday HCM and ERP tool, right? So what is HCM? HCM is again referring to human capital management, which is the uh, every organization that you talk about should have a detailed, a structured process to maintain their workforce. So here comes the HCM and the ERP tool. ERP, enterprise resource planning tools, which are responsible to manage HCM. So you have lot of tools in the market. Talk about Zoho, Keka, Darwinbox, you know, Workday, right? There are many more. SAP, Oracle, Odoo, right? All comes under ERP tools. Managing workforce of an organization. You talk about payroll, you talk about personal information, you talk about scheduling, time and absence. Everything has to be managed by these ERP tools. So one
Okay.
of the top five ERP tool is Workday now.
Yeah.
Got it? Understood what is HCM and what is ERP?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Workday HCM and ERP tool. So Workday, it's a cloud platform. I mean, you would have an idea when I say cloud platform. In the initial stages, right? If developer or someone is building an application, they have to set up a server, a physical server to deploy this application, right? But then these days, whenever the cloud platforms came, now cloud platforms are uh, responsible to maintain and responsible to deploy these applications. Now you need not to have any physical server. You need not to have any any server related entity wherein you have to pay to the client. If you have any idea on SAP, right? People who have used SAP, right? People who have used SAP, they know what I'm talking about. Physical servers, client will charge for physical server as well. So there are a lot of servers or data centers required to maintain any of the application. But now, when cloud came into picture, nowadays every application is getting into cloud. Most of it, at least. One, because why deploying into cloud is important nowadays, because it is very easy to access. You just have to need a browser and the login details, internet. That's it. You can log in from anywhere of the world, this cloud platform. But the physical setup, physical server related entities are not mostly not eligible to log in until unless you don't connect to that particular server, right? So there are so many useful entities when you talk about cloud platform. So Workday HCM, it's a cloud platform, and this is totally built on AWS currently,
Okay. Web
right?
services.
Web services, Amazon Web Services.
Amazon
Amazon
Web.
is having a large, storage unit, storage platform to set up applications. But then Workday is also developing their cloud. It got named as an Workday Cloud. So maybe once Workday Cloud is ready, every setup, everything will get back to Workday Cloud. Maybe we never know. But then currently, the whole platform that you're talking about is taken care by AWS. Any questions,
Nothing.
Meghana?
No questions. I'm good.
Great. So Workday tenants, we have discussed about Workday tenants. You have majorly three tenants which are you will be hearing now and then. The first one is implementation tenant, which is it is responsible when you talk about implementation and design. This particular tenant will be used. So this instance you will not be having access as in consultant, as in configurator. This tenant access will be given it to people who are into development and taking care of UI things. So who are having 15, 20 years of experience in Workday, who are implementing the whole setup, whole design to the customer, right? So this is high level tenant, which is very important for deploying the information or deploying the application for the client. The next one, Sandbox, which is a testing tenant, and the live production tenant, which is the main, the real time project where you will be working on. So these two tenants will be given it to you as in consultant. If you want, Sandbox is a testing tenant. If you want to configure something in live production tenant, if you want to see how it works, then you have to use Sandbox tenant and then use it. Use your configuration in Sandbox tenant. Once everything is fine, then this configuration will push it to live production tenant. Got it? So this is a testing environment for the consultant.
Like most of these HCM guys will use only these two tenants, Abdul, like Sandbox tenant and live production tenant.
Yes.
Okay.
End users are different. End users are different. End users, they will have some or either the task that they'll be getting. So example, let's suppose you as in recruiter, you've got the Workday account, which is the production tenant itself, and you as an recruiter, you will be sharing recruitment details. You will be working on recruitment details in that particular tenant. That will be the live production tenant. But for and you will not have more permissions on it on the recruiter profile. Just that you will be doing only recruitment activities. Got it?
Yeah,
But then
Abdul, small question
yes.
from my side is like, how do we know that the tenant access that we got is Sandbox tenant or live production tenant
So you
or
will
any one
identify,
different tenant?
yeah, you will get to know what exactly it is. So what is sandbox and what is live production tenant, you will understand. There is a separate, so you're seeing this line right here, the yellow color one, the
Yeah,
creamy line. So
yeah.
for sandbox, you will find orange color lane and it
Okay.
clearly says sandbox. And for real time, you will not be having anything. So there is
Okay.
some difference which shown that this is a sandbox and this is a live production tenant.
So if I, Abdul, this is Vikram. If I was involved in recruitment as well as accounts payable and accounts receivable as a consultant in any organization, does I'm going to get sandbox tenant as well as live production tenant, which requires the responsibilities which is given by the management that is separate. But whereas I was involved into both, right? If I'm into the organization setup, something like that in a real-time scenario.
You will get the access of that particular task that you have to perform, Vikram. If your management allows you to work on accounts payable, accounts receivable, all you will get the access of accounts receivable and accounts payable.
Okay,
But
okay.
you will not receive the sandbox tenant.
Uh,
Sandbox is only for consultants, only for configurators.
okay, so I'm
Ex-
not the part of the sandbox tenant if I joined in the organization. Is that correct?
Correct. And you are getting any of the role in the organization using Workday? No, you are not a consultant and you will not get sandbox.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Until
Understood.
unless you are not going as in consultant, a real-time consultant configurator, then only you will get sandbox and live production tenant. So you will be actually doing the configurations. You will create departments. You will create, entities. You will create compensation packages, right?
As we discussed, as you explained, like company setup, like organization,
Correct.
address,
Hmm.
environment, people management, salaries, workforce management, and all this. Is that correct?
Correct. Exactly. So all these
Okay.
things are created by the Workday
Okay.
consultant.
Got it.
People, end users are not responsible to do, not responsible. They'll not be working on these things. Got it?
Got it. Got it.
Yeah, consultants are responsible to perform all these entities.
So basically, we will get an update from the management whom we are onboarding on a Workday HCM. We get all the, if I am onboarding a consultant for a particular project in a Workday, so I can get all the details, say his name, his location, his salary, his email ID, phone number, and everything. So I can create a job for his. So the link will be go to the consultant and he will click it and he can approve it. Is that correct? Is he will confirm it? Is that the way we will work on in Workday?
Correct. So, Vikram, we have whatever you said, that is also correct. But then we have a detailed business process session wherein you will have all the different workflows, what step-by-step workflows. Based
Oh,
on
okay.
that, the team will be working on it. So,
Sure, Abdul.
and you talk about requirement, something need to be entered in Workday. Whatever you said, that's correct. Your
Oh,
client or your manager has to give you the information, the professional information from the professional channel like Outlook email or on a ServiceNow ticket, whatever it is.
yes.
Once
Got it.
ticket is raised, one information is getting to you, then you will create something for them.
Got it, Abdul.
Got it, right? So that's how a consultant need to work.
Yes.
Got it?
Yes.
And the last tenant, which is training tenant, which we are going to use it in our training now, which we are also calling it as GMS tenant. GMS is a global modern services company. This is a dummy company, and we have multiple dummy profiles that we are going to use in our trainings. We will be logging in as in dummy profile and we will perform all the entities.
Okay.
Okay, that's all about tenant. I guess you've got pretty much understanding about what is HCM, what is ERP, what is Workday HCM, and then ERP tool, why we are calling it as cloud-based, right? And here we are talking about Workday tenants, right?
Yes.
Understood? Any questions?
No. No.
Great. Meghna, all good, right?
Yes.
Amazing. So, just give me 5 minutes. Let's see if the tenant is back. Then we will get on to our the core practice part and we will see. Okay, just give me a minute. Let me check